On T, the, okay. Okay, I'd like to call this meeting back to order at 1:52. We have taken care of our microphone and technical difficulties, and I'd like to resume with the public notices for today's meeting were published in the Guam Pacific Daily News on April 14th as well as April 19th, 2022. I'll state it again. I am the acting chair for today's meeting in the absence of our chairman, John Regis Jr. I'm sorry? Angela Santos, acting chair, the CHamoru Land Trust Commission. Notices were, right, that one was stated already, dispensed, and notices were also posted on the CHamoru Land Trust website at dlm.guam.gov. Okay, the CHamoru Land Trust Commission's Facebook page, and the Government of Guam public notice portal at notices.guam.gov. This meeting is being live streamed on the CHamoru Land Trust Commission's Facebook page and on YouTube at GovGuam Live. Video and audio recording is made possible by our partners at KGTF. Thank you, everybody, for bearing with us during that time. Thank you, Attorney Toff, Acting Director Angela Camacho, Commissioner Berdalio, and Commissioner Herrera. And I'd like to take roll call, please. Commissioner Berdalio.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Herrera. Sinamasi. Attorney Toft.
Here.
Thank you so much. And Acting Director Angela Camacho.
Here.
Caesar's Masi. Can you just confirm, Attorney Toft, if we have quorum?
We do, yes.
Thank you so much, sir. And the next up on our agenda is the approval of minutes. The December 16, 2021 minutes, I had inquired at our February meeting if I could assist Tina with it. I wasn't able to finish it. I do have a printed copy out of the work that I've done, and I'm going to pass it along to our acting director, Camacho, to take lead with this, with the staff of the commission. So that one, as well as our future regular meeting minutes, I want to mention that I did speak with the acting director, Camacho, and she will take lead from not necessarily double checking, but as a cross-reference before it does come to the commission for whatever inaudibles and we do have from this point on. Tina did work on the February meeting minutes, and I don't know how we feel about the December meeting minutes not being able to be approved. I want to ask if we can table those minutes until we have at least the director just go over them one more time and when I finish them. But if we can table the December meeting minutes, and how do you guys feel about going ahead and proceeding with February, approval of February meeting minutes?
Okay,
Commissioner
Madam
Herrera?
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to table the December 16, 2021 minute.
Okay.
And also to make a motion to approve the minutes for the February 17, 2022.
Okay.
I
Okay, so,
second.
okay, all right. So Attorney Toft,
Yes.
is that they made motions, there have been motions made by Chair, Commissioner Herrera
Yes.
and seconded by Commissioner Berdalio to table December 2021's meeting minutes,
Yes.
but approve February 17, 2022 regular meeting minutes.
That's fine.
Okay, great. Okay, So we will table the December 16, 2021 regular meeting minutes, the approval of it, and then get the February 17, 2022 regular meeting minutes approved. Thank you, Commissioner Herrera. Thank you, Commissioner Badalia. Okay?
Yeah, you need to vote now.
I'm sorry?
You need to vote.
Oh, vote. Oh, I'm sorry. We already did it? He did the motion, and then she seconded it?
Motion in a second, and then that brings it to the vote, so then you need to ask for the vote count.
Okay. How, that,
Just all approved, say aye.
oh, she's, I'm sorry. All in favor? Say aye, and if you oppose, nay. All in favor?
Aye.
Do I get it? Okay. 2 in favor?
Yeah, and you get to vote also.
Okay, great. I approve that. Is that correct? I vote
Yep.
yes. Okay,
So
great.
unanimous.
So-
Passes.
That it passes to have December 16, 2021 meeting minutes tabled and February 17, 2022 meeting minutes approved. Thank you so much, Commissioners. Okay. We'll move on to item number 4, unpaid application listing update. Acting Director, if we can have somebody in here to provide an update for us, who would that be?
Sure, let me call our manager.
Thank you so much.
Did you guys hear us? Okay, yeah. Oh, it's the camera.
Okay. I get it.
Commissioner Joy will be in to report.
Well, thank you so much.
Do you want to just move on to the next item and then we'll come back to it?
Okay.
We can do that, yeah.
All right. While we wait for Joey, we can go into new business, and that's item 5 on our agenda. New business, A, constituent matters with residential. The first, okay, we'll give it up to Johanna, Land Agent 2, Johanna Kasem, to give a report.
Buenas and afternoon, Commissioners. Today I present to you Mr. Johnny Franklin Navarro. Our request and issue here is the removal of the applicant, Ms. Patricia Therese Santos, on the board-approved lot awarded to Mr. Johnny Franklin Navarro. This case was presented already back in August 19th of 2021. The board did approve for a relocation to Mr. Navarro for the tract 10316, block 11, lot 28 for a half acre. However, upon the request for a survey authorization, we did see that there was a survey authorization already issued to someone else. However, I did make contact with Ms. Santos, advising her that her date and time is not up, and she also did advise that she did not have the funding to survey the property. She was issued more than one survey authorization, but she does understand that for us to do due diligence in awarding by date and time, she does understand that her time isn't up yet. So I do request that the board does acknowledge that this award was given to Mr. Navarro for this lot so that he can move forward with a survey authorization in hopes to conclude his case with his final lease agreement.
I'll leave it up to, pass it along to you, the commissioners, to
Okay.
pose any questions if you have any this time.
What's the relation between Ms. Santos and Mr. Navarro?
There's no relation that we know.
Is that
It's,
the same?
yes, it's just that back in the day, of course, they were doing issuances of survey authorizations for those December 95 applicants. However, if you do see a survey authorization is valid for 60 days, and we do give them consideration if they need to go ahead and request for a renewal. However, it's been how many years later? And I did make contact, as I mentioned, with Ms. Santos, so that she is aware that we are going to remove her from this lot. And so when it does come time for her lease awarding, she will be, we'll go ahead and move forward with her with an available lot within our land inventory.
And she's not occupying the lot?
No, sir.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
I have no question.
I just wanted to, and you mentioned, Ms. Commissioner Daniel seated already here. She has no questions. How did that happen when, with Patricia being awarded? You just mentioned that in December, back then, they had just already issued those survey.
I believe her first
Authorizations.
authorization was in 2016 with this lot. But of course, coming back to it presently, we did, I always go back and ask, did you go ahead and do anything with the property? Are you occupying? Are you staying there? And all of her answers were no.
Right.
But she is aware, she does understand. She did also respond to the email, and she did come in this week, so we did have a discussion about it. I definitely support if you guys are gonna move forward and just acknowledge that the commission did approve to award Mr. Navarro this back in August of 2021.
It says the survey number, no survey on tract 1022 lot. Why is that different from the 10316? Where's that?
Originally, Mr. Navarro was leased, he was issued a lease in 1022. However, with this area, there's a lot of reconfiguration that Land Trust is still trying to conclude. So for all of those individuals that are within this tract 1022 area, we do give them option if they would like to relocate to an area that has no issues, or would they like to remain here until such time that Land Trust does fix the problem. So with Mr. Navarro, he's been waiting for so many years, and I guess, he's tired of waiting.
Jessica, I have a question if you want.
Johanna.
I'm sorry, Johanna, sorry about that. Do you have anything in writing from Patricia Therese Santos?
She did respond to the email. I believe it was under exhibit B. We did go ahead and send her a letter, and she did contact us. So that's how I was able to get in touch with Ms. Santos. She did also respond to my email, and I broke down everything that we discussed via phone, and she acknowledged it.
I did see her, the exhibit A to B. I noticed that she did acknowledge. Yes, great. Great.
There is also two notices
Yes,
for survey.
16 and
Yes.
17.
yes.
Right. So I think it comes down to that our land, the land agent already made that contact with Patricia. She acknowledged it, she's aware of her time and date, and it's not up yet. So, maybe up to you, commissioners, if you have no further questions or inquiries to proceed.
Madam Chair, may I have one more?
Okay, okay.
Yes, sir.
So, back then, in June 29, 2016, when they issued the first,
Serving authorization, yes, sir.
right, and then they did the second one on November 3rd,
Yes, sir.
the question comes to mind, at that time when she was being interviewed, apparently they identified the lot,
Yes,
and apparently the commission gave her an authorization
yes.
to survey, so,
Yes.
but her time in line was not,
No, she's actually a December 4th applicant. And of course, like I said, that we did make contact. She did say she wasn't financially ready to survey the property both times. And so in moving forward, she did acknowledge that she will be removed from this lot. And so another available lot, when her time and date comes, should be, we'll issue one to her.
and the December 4th time and date is not.
Not yet, sir. We're still on the December 2nd.
Got it, yeah. But
Yes.
apparently at that time, she was issued
Yes.
two times.
Yes,
So somehow at that moment, at that time, when they gave her the authorization, I'm pretty sure that probably somebody knows that she was not in line, or that wasn't acknowledged at that time, that her December 4th.
from
That
my
we're still in
understanding, back then, we were doing the issuance of December 95s. So whether you were December 11th or 20, right? However, of course, by, the law, we're reverting back to the December 2nd. And so we, as of 10:30 a.m., that's where we're at right now.
Thank you.
So the standard operating procedure now, has that addressed that we're going, the first come, first served is based on the day?
Yes, sir.
It's-
Yeah.
So
It's
that-
within the law.
It's within the law, so under 5.7 and 6.2, and so that's why we
Yes,
also
yeah.
have that publication online that indicates for these individuals that we have been trying to
Okay.
contact, their date and time is up.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see how this one was not noticed at that time in 2016 and 2017.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I can see
Not
where-
pointing a finger, I'm just trying to
Right.
indicate that there was a
Yes, sir.
misconnection at that
Mhm.
time.
Mhm.
So who does the QA on these documents? After it was processed by the land agent,
Mhm.
does it go to if it's processed by land agent 1,
Mhm.
does the land agent 2 or land agent supervisor or the administrative director reviews the process just to do a quality check that it's
I think,
in line?
I think we can pose that question to, acting director.
At this moment, because I remember in 2016 or 17, maybe that wasn't in line.
He's wondering about
The
these.
process flow chart is what I'm saying.
I
Just
mean,
to,
I can't speak for what has transpired in
Yeah.
those many years, but, in moving forward with how we're doing the operations today, we do the cross-referencing with our database as well as our land inventory, to assure that there is no applicant or occupant. Of course, if we're not sure, then we do our field work to validate if there is anything on the property. And almost always, if there is something there, whether it's a wooden tin structure or some clearing, of course, we just kind of like divert back on it and just hold off on that issuance, but we note it on, our land inventory.
got it, acknowledge.
Yes, sir.
I see on the last page, there's land agent 2. I guess here it said, approve and heard, oh, reviewed and approved, so
Yes.
it's a big progress from 25 years ago.
Yes.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
Upon
It's a
our-
good
upon-
development.
Yeah, upon our staff reports, we have a review committee of the land agent twos, so that they also, go over our works.
Okay.
So that falls across with everybody.
I see. Does it go to mid-management and upper management before it comes to the board? I mean, I'm just checking because,
So,
I mean, you know what I'm saying, no?
I received the information when you received it.
Okay,
at the
good,
same time.
yeah.
Yeah.
So would there be a third line here?
Yes, you.
Oh.
That it was, that it went through and signed off? I mean, just as a quality control, watertight, airtight system. That's all, just to improve the process.
I guess I would like to add in, maybe that would fall into our standard operating procedure.
Yeah, and that's why I was asking about the SOP. I wanted to see the
Office-wise,
SOP
right.
and if that was in there.
Whether,
Because the law is there, but when the document is being processed from cradle to grave, then are there checkpoints at that time? Because sometimes typos happen and even professional writers have experienced typo. But that's all in a positive mode.
of course,
Yeah.
thank you for that feedback.
So maybe one more or two more.
Commissioner-
Supervisor and,
So you'll see on, excuse me, I'll go ahead and address that.
yeah.
So you'll see on land agent, staff report of a land agent one, you'll see 3 lines, and that is all 3 land agent twos
Okay.
that check it.
I see.
But Johanna is a land agent two, so we just had the other 2 land agent, check it.
Cross-reference.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. It's just a point.
Right,
Sure,
and
thank
so
you
we
for
can,
that.
that's duly noted, we can
Yeah.
note that.
Because if it
Thank you.
happened in 2016 and 17,
Right,
issuing 2 survey authorization, they
Right.
kind of missed the quality control.
very good to know.
Yeah,
Very
just
good.
that.
Thank you, Commissioner Herrera, for that. Thank you very much. So on our plate right now, we have the request, right, to remove Ms. Patricia Therese Santos from the database on that tract 10316, Block 11, Lot 28 in Dededo, for 2023 plus or minus square meters, right? And the other is to acknowledge the approval of a survey authorization from the board in which we've already approved for Mr. Johnny Franklin Navarro on that same tract. So there are 2 items on our list for this constituent.
I make the motion to accept those requests.
Can you state your motion, please? I guess they'll do it
The
individually.
CLTC request to remove Patricia Therese Santos from CLTC database on track 10316, block 11, lot 28, Dededo, for 2023 square meters.
Okay, thank you for that motion.
Okay.
Can I get a second?
And I second the motion, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Herrera. Any objections?
No,
Hearing none, the motion passes for CLTC to remove Ms. Patricia Therese Santos from the CLTC database on tract 10316, block 11, lot 28 in Dededo for 2023 plus minus square meters. Thank you so much, Commissioners.
So
Next
moved.
motion, please.
take the vote.
Next motion, please.
No, vote.
Take a vote for.
Oh, I
eight.
did, I
Oh.
asked if there was any objections.
Oh, no objections.
Okay, right?
So-
Motion passes, right, I did that. It's been said, so, maybe, question.
Oh, make it second.
The next motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make the second motion to acknowledge the approval of a survey authorization by the CHamoru Land Trust Commission Board of Commissioners. Motion is September 16, 2021, to Johnny Franklin Navarro on track 10316, block 11, lot 28, Dededo.
Can I get a second, please?
I second.
Any objections?
No
None.
objection.
None. Hearing none, the motion passes with the acknowledgement of the approval of a survey authorization by the CLTC Board of Commissioners, motioned on September 16, 2021, to Johnny Franklin Navarro on tract 10316, block 11, lot 28, in Dededo. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you
Mr.
so
Navarro
much.
will be very
Thank you
happy.
so much, Johanna.
Good job.
Thank you so
Good job.
much. Okay, we'll move on to the next constituent. And the land agent who will be presenting is Mr. A. Thank you, Mr. A.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
Okay, today I'll be presenting two cases that is a twofold, which involve two of our constituent matters. And one particular is Mr. William Burrell, who's terminating his residential lease at lot 278 in Maddox. Number two, following constituent who's requesting to relocate from her current residential lease, also located at lot 278, to Mr. William Guerrero, soon to be his former lease. So the first case I'll be presenting today is Mr. William Guerrero, and he had called me up yesterday, and he told me that he'll be able to join us this afternoon. But he also requested that we just go ahead and proceed with his issues, if you don't mind, you know.
Thank you.
And,
Sorry.
and,
Please proceed.
okay. So, today, Mr. William Guerrero, his request is actually termination of his residential lease, which he had held for over 18 years. And his dated time is December 2nd at 2:35 p.m. Type of application, which is a residential. And his lease was issued to him December 15, 2003. And it's located at a portion of lot 278 Yamada, containing an area not more than 1/2 acre. And those are the facts. Moving with the chronology, I'd like to move forward with items F, K, and O, and U, which is pretty lengthy here. I'll stick to the point where F, on March 15, 2004, Mr. Guerrero made a land lease fee payment of amount of $99 with receipt number A99-119651.
198651.
1198-651, yes. And also an item K, July 17, 2014, and the status information sheet that was noted, the lessee wanted to surrender his lot in Yamada due to the fact that he is now a new homeowner and the municipality of Santa Rita. So he wanted to give up his lot because he bought his private lot in Santa Rita. That's why he wanted to give it up. March 10, 2020, Mr. Guerrero submitted a notarized affidavit terminating termination of letter of residential lease. And all the way down to item U, March 30, 2022, we received payment of tax property to current. He paid all his land taxes. And so down to our findings, public law 2338, section 9.6, cancellation and surrender. It reads, upon receipt of a written notification of lessee intent to surrender, the commission shall process the same. The commission may forego acceptance of surrender until a new lessee is found and is determined by the commission that sufficient funds are available in CHamoru Home Loan Fund to meet the payments required. At all times until acceptance of surrender, the lessee shall remain responsible and dismiss leasehold together with any improvements thereon, and shall remain liable for all taxes repaid and assessments and charges and whatever kind of nature on the said tract and improvements thereon. Public law 33102, section 2 establishes a payment of 99 years. The remaining balance of the residential and agricultural lease terminated prior to its expiration shall be refunded. So in this case, he's been, had a lease for only 18 years, and he paid the full amount of 99 years lease fee. So, you know, we're expecting to be reimburse him $80, but we did, you know, overpaid. Because he didn't use the remaining 80 years. And also, in the summary, on March 10, 2020, Mr. William Guerrero has submitted a written notification of his intent to surrender the December 15, 2003 residential lease. To date, Mr. Guerrero made no improvements to his lot. The reason for terminating his residential lease is that he had acquired his private home in the village of Santa Rita and has no desire to build his residential home in government land. Mr. Guerrero wishes for the next qualified applicant to be allowed to build their home as soon as his former lease, soon to be his former lease lot. There are no outstanding lease fees and property taxes on lot 278 as 14, municipality of Madden. His request to terminate his residential lease is in accordance to public law 23-38. So, submission for consideration, A, request to terminate the residential lease of Mr. William Guerrero, Young Guerrero, under instrument number 880869. B, place lot 278-14 Yamadak back into CLTC land inventory for the next available lease issuance. C, request approval for reimbursement for unused land lease fees in the amount of $80. That's my report.
Thank you, Mr. Guerrero.
Any questions?
Right. Is there any questions you want to pose to the land agent?
No questions, Madam Chair.
I do want to verify, Mr. A, you mentioned 18 years, and then we're only paying him back $80, but he paid $99.
Right, with the unused,
Right.
Right. Mhm.
He's okay with that? Is it supposed to be $81 because it was 18 years?
2003, I believe he got his lease.
I just want to make sure that we're going to pay him back, you know, with correctly.
Okay. 122, 83.
It's $99, correct?
Right, it
And
was
you say
$99,
18,
right.
so that a dollar off. I'm
Yeah.
just-
Okay.
Is it $80 or 81?
I may have miscalculated that, it could be 80, 81, I'm not sure
Okay.
right now.
Can we just verify
Yeah, I
that?
could verify that, well,
Well, because we're gonna make the motion.
I should verify that because the motion will
Yes,
be made,
please.
right?
Yes,
yeah.
please. 2003, December 15, that's 7,
That's 81, yes,
$81.
$81.
Okay,
We've been-
so,
Stand correct, $81.
thank you, sir, appreciate that. Anybody else? I'm sorry, Ms. Angela. Director, do you have any questions about this? Anything, Attorney Toft? No? Come on, Attorney.
It's not, might have been okay.
Okay,
Hold on one
let's,
second.
yeah, let's verify that.
I think his math looks okay to me.
Okay,
The
it's $80.
$80.
80.
I
Yeah?
think your math is okay.
As- Do we have
From
to state that?
2003,
December, okay, so we're ready. So 2004,
it's 2022,
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
it's 19 years. 19 years that he held the lease.
Okay, good. So the number's correct. As long as the number's correct, I want to just make sure that we're good on our side.
Okay.
Mhm.
To compensate him for whatever, right?
Mhm.
All right, you can make the, I'll leave it to the commissioners to make the,
Okay. Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to terminate the residential lease of William Leon Guerrero under instrument number 880869, and also to place lot,
we'll get
Oh,
to that,
okay.
right? Are we able to, Attorney Toft, are we able to put it all in one motion?
Yeah, you can put it all.
Okay, great. So we don't have to itemize it and separate it, we can make one full
Okay.
motion
All
of the
right.
three requests.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, you so much.
And also to place lot 278-14, Umatic back into the CHamoru Land Trust Commission land inventory for the next available lease issuance. And third, to approve the reimbursement for unused land lease in the amount of $81 and no cents.
I believe it's $80.
Oh.
Just a second.
$80, correction, $80.
Okay. Can I get a second, please?
I second.
All right. Any objections? Any objections? None. Hearing none, the motion passes to terminate the resident, Attorney Toft, we're
Yes.
terminating a residential lease.
Yes.
What are these steps that we need to make sure to properly execute this and within the bounds of the law?
I mean, as long as we're doing the motion here, the staff can take care of the nitty-gritty parts.
Okay,
So-
because of the termination of the lease is what I'm pointing out?
Yes.
We're all in accordance with the law.
Yes.
Great, thank you so much, okay? Hearing no objections, the motion passes to terminate the residential lease of William Young Guerrero under instrument number 880869, as well as place lot 278, please correct me, 278-14, Umatic back into the CLTC land inventory for the next available lease issuance. And the last one is the approval for reimbursement for unused land lease fees in the amount of $80. Thank you so much, Commissioners. Director and Attorney Toft. Thank you, Mr. A.
So the next item I have right here now is Mr. Nate Ogden Santiago, who is present today. I believe she's on. Yes, she is. And she's listening, I guess.
Can we,
Mr. A.
Yes.
can we have her identify herself?
Yes,
and
as
then
well as turn on her
turn
video.
on her camera?
Yes, please. Hi, Mr. Nate, Ms. Santiago, may I ask if you can turn on your mic as well as your video, please? And then.
Okay, hold on, let me just turn on my video.
Thank you so much. And then when you do, would you mind stating your name for the record, please? Thank you.
Okay, hi, Renee A. Santiago.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ms. Santiago, for joining us today. Okay, we're gonna have, Mr. Glenn, if you'd like to.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay,
back into the CLTC inventory. And Ms. Santiago, congratulations, ma'am. Thank
Thank you
for,
very much.
thank you for hanging in there and being patient.
It
Good
was
luck.
worth the wait.
Good luck for you, ma'am. Good luck.
Thank you.
You're
Congratulations.
welcome.
Thank you so much. Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. A and Ms. Eileen. Thank you so much for all of that information and for the dialogue.
I'm presenting the next item number D, and Solace Andrew.
Okay, Ms. Eileen, go ahead and
Okay,
proceed,
so what
please.
it is with this, Mr. Solace is,
One moment, Ms.
there was two
Eileen.
leases that were,
One moment, Ms. Eileen. Ms. Santiago, if you would like to, you don't need to stay on anymore. If you would like to get off the Zoom link, that's fine.
Thank you.
Yes, I'll go look, please, I know.
Adios.
Yes,
no,
that.
bye.
Okay, Ms. Eileen, thank you so much.
My name is Eileen, charge law plan agent to CHamoru Land Trust. I'm here to present Andrew Solace to the commission. The issue here is they have two leases were issued based on one application. So what it is the original application, who is his dad, one George Solace, had a lease, he passed, and then they issued another lease to Andrew J. Solace, who is his successor. So let me just go down the line and then I'll do everything the next.
If you don't mind slowing just a little bit slow down.
Oh,
Thank you,
okay.
Ms. Eileen.
Okay, so the facts, original application date and time, December 2nd, 1995 at 10:06 a.m. The application number is 000179. Original application type, residential. Priority 1. Original lessee, one George Solace, like I mentioned earlier, is the father of the named successor, which is Andrew J. Solace. The lease was signed on January 23rd, 1997. The location was lot 17, lot 20, tract 9210, phase 1, Vigo. Lot size is 932 plus or minus square meters. Survey map is 126 FY 93, recorded on April 15, 1993, under map document number 487458. The chronology, January 28, 1997, residential interview of the original lessee, one George Solace, naming two successors of his application rights. September 29, 1999, the original applicant changed his successor to his son, Andrew J. Solace. On November 7, 1999, death of the original applicant, one George Solace. November 15, 2004, a new lease was issued to Andrew J. Solace with a new start date, but for the same lot description, which should have been an addendum. September 20, 2018, the Board of Commission ratified the November 15, 2004 residential lease issued to Andrew J. Solace. Findings, Public Law 2338, Section 5-4, Residential Tract Applications. A, applications for residential tract leases shall be made for one lot only. Public Law 2338, Section 9-1, Designation of Successors. A lessee shall, upon execution of the lease, designate the person in whom lease directs the interest in the tract to vest upon death. Such person must be qualified to succeed to CHamoru Homelands as provided by the Act and lease rules. Lease agreement, Section 4, rental. Lessee agrees to pay the annual rental of $1. The lease agreement, Section 5, payment of rentals. The rent shall be paid in yearly installments, each in advance, commencing on January 13, 1997, and continuing on the first day of each and every year thereafter for the remainder of the lease. Summary, the original lessee, one George Solace, was issued on January 23, 1997 after his death. His named successor and son, Andrew J. Solace, took over the lease rights. Instead of an addendum being issued, a new lease was created with a new start date, November 15, 2004. The new lease was ratified on September 20, 2018. The end result is two leases issued for one application. So for consideration of the board, I'm requesting to terminate the November 15, 2004 residential lease issued to Andrew J. Solace, and then request to ratify the original lease issued to one George Solace on January 23, 1997. Thirdly, request to approve an addendum transferring the November 15, 2004 residential lease for tract 9210, phase 1, block 20, lot 17 in Jigu to Andrew J. Solace upon the completion of the following: clearance of land lease fees in the amount of $18 to clearance of all outstanding property taxes. So Mr. Solace, just for your information, Mr. Solace is off island. I did email him. We're contacted through email, and then I also emailed him on April 14 that we were bringing it to the board. and he was unable to, so what he's gonna do, he's going to, appoint a POA, so he can conduct business with COTC to do the transactions that needs to be done for his addendum and his property taxes. Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, so do we,
It's just really an addendum, it's two leases, the father
Right,
passed
right.
away, so you cannot have a lease, new lease with a start date, it should have been addendum to change the
understood,
lease name.
yes. So we're just correcting.
Yes, so if you go to item number 6 for the consideration, that's what you can go and, make a motion on. And that's just to actually set it to the addendum and with the original date, with the father's, lease.
December 2nd, or the 1997.
Correct.
Okay. Does this need to be done, can this be done before he comes back? Does he need, is just on our part?
Yeah.
Yes,
That needs to be
yes,
done.
once he gets the POA can sign the addendum for him.
Okay, good. So elsewhere,
And pay all the property taxes and the remainder of the lease fees.
With that
which
clause,
is
right?
$18.
Right. great. Okay. I
I have no
have
questions.
no questions either.
No question, Madam Chair.
Okay, so I'll leave it up to you,
Yeah,
commissioners.
I'd like to make a motion, though,
Thank you.
to request to terminate the November 15, 2004 residential lease issued to Mr. Andrew J. Saunders, and request to ratify the original lease issued to Juan George Salas on January 23rd, 1997, and to approve the addendum transferring the November 15, 2004 residential lease to tract 9210, Phase 1, Block 20, Lot 17, in Jigu to Andrew J. Salas upon the completion of the following: clearance of land fees in the amount of $18, and clearance of all outstanding property taxes.
Thank you, Commissioner Arara. Can I get a second, please?
I second.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradalio. Any objections?
None.
None. Hearing none, the motion passes for the termination of the November 15, 2004 residential lease issued to Andrew J. Salas, as well as ratifying the original lease issued to Juan George Salas on January 23rd, 1997. And lastly, approval of an addendum transferring the November 15, 2004 residential lease for tract 9210, Phase 1, Block 20, Lot 17, in Jigo to Andrew J. Salas upon the completion of the following: clearance of land fees in the amount of $18 and the clearance of all outstanding property taxes. Ms. Eileen, you'll take care of that as soon as we get the POA
Yes.
for it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much for your time and for your work. Thank you, Mr. A. Thank you, Ms. Eileen.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm sorry, Director. Everything's going to look good. Attorney Toft? Great, thank you so much. We're done with the constituent matters for the residential. We'll go into the agricultural. And the next land agent.
That would be me, Mrs.
Okay.
Titan from Lozanco. However, I was advised not to present it today,
Okay.
and to hold off on all concerns regarding this construction.
Okay, Ms. T, would you mind just coming over and, thank you. For agricultural, item A, Ms. Tina Tanatomo? Thank you.
Yes, land agent with CHamoru Land Trust,
Thank
and
you.
in regards to Mr. Jesus Titanfong, I was advised to hold off on presenting his case for today, on all matters regarding the request and the concerns of his file or his case.
Okay,
Okay?
and thank
So,
you, Ms. Tanatomo is,
Yeah, so, I guess we're gonna table, right?
Yes, we're gonna table it until I get further,
Okay.
clarification.
advice.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Ms. Tanatomo. Commissioners,
We don't need to necessarily need a motion to table it. You
just
have
table
to
it,
do
we'll
that.
table the matter.
Make it correct.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and table the, item A, under agriculture. For racist Titan phone show. Thank you, Ms. T. And we'll proceed to item B,
Madam Chair,
under two,
can
agriculture.
we just go back real quick? I need to do a correction on my date on for consideration on C.
Great. That is for Renee Santiago.
No, this is for Andrew Salas. I'm sorry.
So D. D.
Item number C, request to approve an
Oh,
addendum
on
transfer.
the, I'm sorry.
1, 2, or 3?
C, request to approve an
For the
addendum
On
transferring.
C, request to approve an addendum?
Yeah, C.
Okay, can we change that date, please, to January 23? Instead of the November 15, I'm sorry, the original lease was January 23rd, 1997.
That's where it should reference.
Yes, instead of the November 15th, so can we go back and make that motion, Mr. Herrera, to
Yes,
change that date?
Yeah, and the motion, the date would be,
January 23rd, 1997.
Because that was the originalness,
Yes,
right?
yes,
That's the date it
yes.
should reflect.
Yes, so that was
Okay.
an oversight of my part.
So we will
Can we go back and
Make a
make that
motion
motion,
to
Mr.
amend.
Tom?
Motion to amend.
have a motion. Okay.
okay, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to amend, section 6 of the, Andrew J. Salas, case to, change the date of the addendum transferring from November 15, 2004 to January 23rd, 1997.
Thank you, Commissioner Herrera. May I get a second?
I'm sorry, can I just go ahead and just say that this is in reference to item C?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. I'll restate it too.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you too. Can I get a second, please?
I second.
Thank you, Commissioner Verdalio. Any objections?
No.
No
And
objection.
hearing none, the motion passes for the amendment to a motion made in the Andrew J. Salas file to approve an addendum transferring the November 15, 2004, and instead of amending the date to reflect his father's original lease signing date, which is January 23rd, 1997, of that motion prior made.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Heidi. Thank you, good catch. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. T. Thank you, Commissioner. Very prompt. Okay, we will move on to agriculture, item B. Anybody who is the line agent there?
So Pedro Pangilinan was supposed to be presented by Jessica Dede, but she's absent today.
Okay.
She's not here, so maybe we can table this one as well.
Okay,
Request to table, please.
all right, thank you. We will table both agricultural items, A and B, until our next meeting. Thank you so much. We'll go on to number 3 in commercial.
That'll be presented by Joey Cruz. Let me call.
We're just waiting for the acting director to return. Thank you, Director, come on. Okay, commercial. Okay, Mr. Joe, would you mind stating the name?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members, Acting Director Camacho, and Attorney Tom.
Thank you, Mr.
My name is Joey Cruz, I'm the Program Coordinator 3 with the Commission. For item number 3, commercial, item A, we ask that the discussions or any discussions regarding this matter be tabled. Currently, we're in discussions with Ms. Andrea from the Speaker's Office regarding this matter.
So there's nothing that can be presented at this point to?
We asked to table it.
Okay,
Item E,
great,
that's it.
great. That's just for A.
Yes.
Any other?
For item C, we recently learned that, global.
No, so, A is the only one that we're gonna table?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
The whole
so,
thing, the whole,
Yes, item A, Roman numeral 1 through 4.
okay, great, so, we will table this matter until next meeting, thank you so much. Or is it by next meeting, or when will you have information for this?
We hope to have more information by the next meeting. If
Okay.
not, we will just request to table it again.
Okay, okay, thank you so
in
much,
other
Mr.
words,
Cruz.
you're still processing.
There's some discussion going on. These properties are related to the expiring leases of Docomo and IT&E. It is our understanding that Docomo and IT&E had a meeting already with the speaker's office. So we just provided some information, and but we'll follow up with Ms. Andrea from the speaker's office if anything had came to fruition yet or not.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners? Okay, so we're tabling that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next, item C. Is there a reason why there's no B?
Could be a typo.
It's my typo.
Okay, so C, commercial under, item C, thank you.
So recently, we've learned that Global Recycling, who is currently operating on a use agreement on lot 101-22-15, had requested for a zoning certification. What that is currently the lot that they're operating on is zoned agriculture, which does not allow for recycling activities. What can happen is the commission, as the property owners, can request from the Department of Land Management for a zoning certification to allow for the activity of a recycling business. So today, we would like to request from the board to approve the agency to request for a zoning certification for lot 101-22-15 for the usage of a recycling business.
Okay. Joe, Mr. Cruz, can you please state that one more time?
Okay.
Thank you.
Just recently, we've learned that Global Recycling had requested from the Department of Land Management a zoning certification. Because the lot is zoned agriculture, recycling activity is not warranted or allowed within that zoning. So, what we would like to request today is for the commission to approve the agency to request for a zoning certification for the use or for the activity of recycling on lot 101-22-15, because we're the property owners.
So you're asking us to approval for rezone?
Not rezone, but to request for
Request.
a zoning certification.
Okay.
And that'll be requested to Department of Land Management.
Yes,
Okay, okay.
for the use of recycling activities.
And
Right
that's,
now it is,
Currently, there is recycling activities, or there's a recycling company operating, but because of the zoning of the property, it's not supposed to,
how
But what-
long have they been?
for a long time. It goes back, way back, and it will tie into item D, because they were the first companies that were there to do the cleanup.
We're gonna go into item D. Yeah,
Is,
okay.
that's all table.
are they the same lot numbers?
It's table, yeah.
For item D,
Yeah,
no and yes. It's a little interesting, and we can get into discussions about item D after item C, just so I don't confuse anybody or.
Okay, but we're talking about cocoa recycling, right, still?
No, right now, we're talking about lot 101-22-15.
So we're
Just
requesting.
a lot pertaining,
Yeah,
I mean,
we're-
just a lot.
We're
Just a lot.
requesting from the commissioners to allow us to, request for rezoning of the Department of Land Management
A zoning certification.
certification.
Oh, okay.
So the
okay.
Department of Land Management Director can issue a zoning certification for recycling activities.
Okay,
does EPA approve of it?
EPA will get involved, because they'll go through the permitting process.
we're only requesting, and then I guess it's through the process, we'll know whether or not it'll be approved.
The zoning mandate is under the Department of Land Management, so the director has within his authority to issue a zoning certification for the use of recycling activities. That should suffice of EPA. I mean, Global Recycling has been in operation for how long? And have been able to garner whatever permits, issue new business license and all that other great stuff.
Including the land use commission, so.
That's a concern now, so, that's why we're coming to the board as the property owners, for your approval to allow us to request for a zoning certification for the activity of recycling business, recycling use.
For the property,
Yes. So what will happen is, if the board approves, we send them a letter, the director of BLM, Mr. Joe Barra, will prepare the zoning certification and whether he approves of it or not.
Currently, we have a lease agreement with them
No.
for,
We
No,
own it.
they only have a use agreement.
a use agreement.
So currently, Global Recycling is not paying anything,
Okay,
any type of rental fee. The last monetary payment that we received was many years ago in the amount of $100,000. But that wasn't applicable to some type of lease agreement or license agreement. I believe it was Mr. Monty Mofnes at the time, who was the administrative director, who was able to get them to pay something.
and in exchange, they were doing a cleanup for the other property?
No. So how,
There's no border?
what happened was, initially Cocoa Recycling, and we'll just get in, but there's representatives from Cocoa Recycling, if they.
That's
can
another
come in.
item, we're
Yeah.
not talking about Cocoa.
Yeah.
But it's gonna be mentioned in this discussion to understand how it came about. So initially, Cocoa Recycling was given a commercial lease for Lower in Barrigada. But in their lease, there were some conditions that mentioned that Cocoa Recycling will conduct cleaning activity on lot 10122-15. And lot 10122-3-R1. That was part of their condition in their Barrigada lease. So what happened was Cocoa Recycling conducted all the cleaning and all this other stuff, but Cocoa Recycling also brought in Mr. Chu, which is Global Recycling, under a baling agreement. When the CHamoru Naturals conducted their inspection, at the time, I think it was Director Tom Elliott, had issued a letter stating that the property has been cleaned up satisfactory, but allowed Cocoa Recycling to stay. So from that time to today, Global Recycling to stay. So from that time to today, Global Recycling has paid about $100,000 that I can remember. And that was many years ago.
Now, the baling operation they were doing was from the rubber? Or the
It
tire,
was
or
for a lot
metal?
of things. I think it was.
Yeah, they were baling rubber and metal and shipping it off.
Metallic waste and all that
Got
other
it,
good
yeah.
stuff.
So that's on 10122-15.
Yes, that's what was being conducted by Cocoa Recycling, the cleanup
Got
for
it.
metallic waste.
And the Barrigada lease is,
That
voided?
was a whole different,
Yeah.
the commercial license was for Barrigada,
And it's a land trust property?
yes.
Okay. And it's vacant now?
No,
It's being used by, say,
the lot 10122-15.
in Barrigada,
Oh, there's still a current license on it with Cocoa Recycling,
but no
but
operation?
no activity.
And it's been left idle?
It's been,
It's left idle
yes.
and clean?
I don't know about clean,
Okay.
It's overgrown vegetation.
Okay.
But we can get into
Yeah.
discussion more about the Barrigada, because it's a whole different
So let's get the zoning,
certification.
yes. Okay,
So we're just requesting
Good,
for the
good.
board to approve or grant us authorization to request for zoning certification.
the faster the better, because we're losing cash flow.
We're not even earning anything
Right,
from that,
that- that-
but we'll get to that.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, Madam Chair?
Mr. Cruz, I guess how beneficial is this to the trust?
Well, however the trust should proceed based on the next item agenda, it's gonna allow the business, current business or the next business to operate a recycling center there. So it will not cause any disruption to the recycling business on Guam or the activities.
Or whatever that parcel means to the trust, right? It's already been used as this, so,
Yeah.
okay, okay.
This is located in Bello Road,
Batulu Road, right
Batulu
after
Road.
the Dedido transfer
Right,
station,
yeah.
the old transfer station.
and the transfer station now is vacant,
Yes.
and it was supposedly to be used for mass transit or some, and next to it is the golf course.
I believe now the transfer station will become the new site of the EPA building.
Yeah, and the golf course is not too far down,
Yes, it's at
Yeah.
the end of the road.
and we have a meadow recycling in between EPA and the golf course
And the housing area.
and the housing area in Route 1 and Batulu.
Yes.
Got it. Yeah, we need to start getting BOM involved for the rezoning. That's a big,
Are you gonna move that?
is, it,
We're not, currently, it's not, who, global or,
Yeah, the global, the 10123.
that's for our discussion for item D.
okay,
So this one is just requesting for the
to get the zoning operators in, we get the,
Authorization from DLM.
yeah, the assessments done,
If, whether global stays or not,
yeah.
and whether there's another recycling business that should set up shop there, it's gonna assist them in their permitting process.
Yes, including the Barrigada lot that they currently have.
Yeah, the
commercial
Marietta
use.
will be discussed on item D.
Yes, okay.
So
Okay,
for this one is just for the authorization.
okay, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion on item C for lot 10122-15, municipality of Dedido containing an area of 52,925 plus or minus square meters for zoning certification with the Department of Land Management.
Can I get a second, please?
I second.
Any objections?
Yeah, no,
None. Hearing none, the motion passes. I want to verify, just clarify, right? It's to request, the authorization, the approval
For us
to request
them
for the
to-
zoning certification of lot 10122-15 in the municipality of Dedido containing an area of 52,925 plus or minus square meters with the Department of Land Management
yes.
for the CLTC admin to be able to transmit that approval. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners.
You're
So
Was
Joey,
that-
when can we start getting our 100,000?
No, they just paid 100,000 several years ago.
But isn't that for 1 year?
No, it was unclear exactly what the $100,000 payment was for, but, we would assume it's for the previous use. I don't know, it was unclear. It wasn't explicitly stated that it was for prior years or future years or at that time, but we weren't gonna say no to it. We accepted it and deposited it.
Okay. Ms. Yu, is that a good motion made? Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cruz. We'll move on to item D, please. Cocoa recycling.
Did you,
We'll call them in.
guys resolve item 4, the unpaid? Did you wanna go to item D,
What for?
the unpaid application listing update?
The one at the beginning of the meeting that we tabled.
Oh, do we want to go back to item 4,
Yeah.
dispense heads? Yeah, let's go before we go into cocoa recycling. We'll take care of item 4 on the agenda.
It's really quick.
Unpaid application listing update.
As of today, there are 3,039 unpaid applications.
3,039.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cruz. And what is the total number of applicants we have listed? Do we have that number?
14,760.
14,716.
Yes. 60.
60.
Yeah.
Wow. Those are total applicants. Okay, and the unpaid listing is 3,039.
So that would leave, a total of 11,721 paid applicants.
Wow.
So those are the applications that we are currently, focused on.
You have enough in the inventory?
We anticipate we will be having, I don't know if you wanna discuss this now or during the agency update, but we have been actively, seeking and researching and working with, RCAC related to, federal grants with the USDA. You know, so we're doing our best with the assistance of RCAC, the USDA, to try to obtain federal grants or loans, and we can give you an update on that during the agency update.
Good, good, thank you, Bruce. Thank you for that.
On the agency update, may we also include the total acreage that we have in the land inventory?
Yes, yes.
And how many are residential? One column, residential inventory?
For,
Just in the.
Inventory or applicants?
Inventory.
Well, we got the applicants are 14, right?
the total applications is 14,716.
And then,
Paid applications is 11,721.
yes,
Unpaid is 3,039.
and then one column of the total of residential lots that we have that are available. I know it's not much, but,
If we can provide that and maybe at the next meeting,
right, yeah, on the next meeting.
that will be a really detailed report and we need to.
Duly noted.
Yeah.
Well,
And the total acreage that we have under our,
We can
Not
provide
divided.
the total number of acreage we have in our inventory, because our audit, and like I said, we can go to the
Oh, and
agency report, so it's in our audit report that we
Okay.
can, we
Reference.
can retrieve from, so.
and also the registered, total registered land
Unregistered, we have the total unregistered too.
and the total unregistered.
That's reflected in our audit, so we can present that.
And then also the total of registered, unregistered land that were involved in the 1980 and 90s land.
Inventory?
I say that the land,
Land for the landless?
no, the land corruption that occurred during the 80s and 90s that were convicted.
We
Where-
don't have that information.
But we do have some of the land trust properties that were involved in that.
We may,
Yeah,
but that's gonna require extensive research.
yeah. But if it's part of the trust, I think that we should put some due diligence to get it back.
What we did was, our baseline was the administrative transfer document of 1995. So we worked from there forward. If any property was involved in the land scam in the 1980s, and because I think the 2218 was done around that time, right, 95, 96, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So it should have resolved itself, but we'll reach out to land management and see if they can assist us with that type of task, because that's gonna require a lot of time.
And if it's gonna increase our inventory, thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner Herrera, I think Ms. Angie, the acting director, has been noting what you've been asking, so.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Right.
I didn't mean to be,
Oh, no.
No,
It
just,
could be-
just stating that
inundate,
she's,
to inundate our
We
data.
won't
but,
forget, because.
just stating that she's noting, so, thank you for those inquiries.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Yeah,
thank you. Okay.
good job, Joey, thank you.
That's the chief.
Right on. If that concludes
Can
your,
we move on to
Cocoa
That's-
recycling?
that was about to, if that concludes your unpaid application listing update, okay, we'll move on to D and commercial.
Okay, let me get it.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. name is, if you don't mind stating your name, as soon as you're settled in, stating your name for the record, please.
Benny Beneventi Bello.
Ray Beneventi.
I'm sorry, Benny and Greg?
Correct.
Greg? Ray.
Ray, R-A-Y.
Ray.
Oh, Ray.
Raymond.
Yeah.
Ready?
Okay, thank you so much.
Again, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commission members, Acting Director Camacho, and Assistant Attorney General Tom. Today we present to you cocoa recycling. The matter or the issue at hand is the outstanding credit of $5,908,512. How that number came about is, I'll just jump right into our summary. Cocoa Recycling was awarded a commercial license agreement for lot 5219-1-1 Municipality of Barragata. The license agreement contained a term and condition that required Cocoa Recycling to clean up lot 10122-15 and lot 10122-3-R1 in the municipality of Delito of metallic waste, tires, non-metallic debris. In return, CLTC will provide credit for the work completed instead of rental payments. In the end, CLTC and Cocoa Recycling agreed that Cocoa Recycling had removed in excess of 25,000 metric tons or 375,000 cubic yards of metallic waste on lot 10122-15. The rate that was used to calculate the value of the credit was $20 per cubic yard, which amounted to a $7,500,000 credit issued by the board. After calculating the value of Cocoa Recycling's commercial license agreement on lot 5219-1-1 Barragata and reducing the amount from the $7.5 million credit, Cocoa Recycling will have a remaining credit balance of $5,908,512 when their license agreement expires on July 1st, 2023. Considering CLTC's financial condition, CLTC does not have the financial resources to pay the remaining credit balance of $5.9 million for the work done by Cocoa Recycling. Although we would like to present an alternate resolution to the monetary payment and would like the board to consider issuing a 21-year commercial license to Cocoa Recycling for lot 10122-15, Municipality of Delito. The acting administrative director and I have met with Mr. Bello and discussed this type of resolution. We did express our concerns about not disrupting recycling activities, and in response, Mr. Bello confirmed that he can ensure that there will be no disruption of the recycling activities. Furthermore, Mr. Bello had agreed that even though the value of the commercial license may not equate to the $5.9 million credit balance, CLTC will be released of any liability to compensate any remaining balance. Mr. Bello had also agreed that he would take care of the remediation of all environmental concerns on lot 5219-1-1 within a reasonable time frame agreed upon by CLTC and COCO. If the board is inclined to consider such a resolution, there are a couple of items to address. First, the board would need to decide to rescind the motion passed by the previous board on September 19, 2019 to follow the commercial leasing process as described in Title 21, Chapter 75, Section 75107C. This motion was to award Global Recycling a 5-year commercial license. Our concern was that all awards of commercial lease or license will need to comply with the subsection 75A 122C2, Chapter 75A, Title 21, GCA. This subsection requires that all leases or licenses for commercial use shall be awarded through a competitive bid process. Again, if CLTC was inclined to allow Cocoa Recycling a 21-year commercial license, CLTC will need to seek the assistance from the legislature because CLTC cannot sole source the award of any commercial license or lease. So to sum it all up, at the end of Coco's commercial license, they're gonna have a remaining credit balance of $5.9 million. So we would like the board to consider, so we can resolve the matter or the issue of the remaining balance to awarding another commercial license, but this time for lot 101-22-15. But like I mentioned, the previous board had authorized the issuance of a 5-year commercial license to Global Recycling. There has been communications, we had drafted a commercial license. The previous director and myself had been in communication with Global. Although there was some delays on their part, there was also delays on our part, and then the communication dropped. But in the end, there really is no, if the board does rescind the award, there really is no contractual obligation on the commission. But with Mr. Bello and his company, we do have a $5.9 million obligation to him, or we will. I spoke with Attorney Tom, or we emailed, we have communicated about this.
Could I interject? One of the things that was not noted, which is great, I mean, or whatever was mentioned, was that this was, the 5 point is up to the point where it was acknowledged when we received the license agreement, which was 3 years after we did all this work. We continued to do work, but at this point, we're saying we're okay with the 5 million, because we actually did maybe another 5 years worth of work in receiving materials from the mayors, receiving materials from the CHamoru Land Trust properties. We removed all that, 17 ships of material, which nobody has ever done in this island, 30 years of metallic debris. So what we're talking about here is selling on the agreed upon amount at the time that we got the license agreement, not the additional work we did. So we're also waiving that as part of our ability to settle this. And you know, one of the things is I'm not getting any younger, and I would really like to see that we just have a way forward. And I do want to address the Route 16 issue. The problem we have there is going to cost my company and my family, because actually, by not getting paid, my Bello family has actually subsidized a lot of this removal. And I have no way of paying them back. If we do this, I can at least take care of a lot of the commitments that I had to my company, to my family, to the CHamoru Land Trust, because I can't even resolve the NOV, which was actually arson, but without having some type of a resolution, which we hope you know, that's why I brought it to the board. I'm not looking for any cash. I just want to have a way to get you know, some type of solution so I can do my part and settle all these issues. And like I said, it's a tremendous amount of waiver. There's no interest. There's no additional charge for all those other ships that we took out. Just let's figure a way to solve this. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Bello.
And lastly, actually, that there's no question that the work was done. 30 years of material didn't just disappear into thin air. It was documented on invoices, on ship bill of ladings, on everything. So that's why there's no issue. And it's always been the same case from day one for every director since we started this, that we have done the work. It's just how do we finalize this so that I can go to my grave in peace and everybody's okay. That's what I'm looking for.
I do have you mentioned, is it just the land trust that you have been providing the service for? Is it any other agency in the government?
No, because what happened, it was just the land trust.
Okay.
Because what happened was the CHamoru Land Trust dedicated an area, which is the Dedado site, that all the municipalities all the municipalities on the island went and took their metallic waste, including Public Works putting in their buses, all the other, you know, the transit service putting in their equipment. So guys, we not only cleared the metallic waste, we cleared the tires, we cleared the trash, we took out the freon. All this is not part of what you're hearing. We're talking, oh, we moved this metallic debris. You have to get the metallic debris to a stage where it can be sent. And nobody's gonna accept that with the freon and the oils and the tires. So we did that as well. So like I said, we did that without costing the island and the cash. So, you know, that to me is almost like, wow, that's a huge undertaking, and we did it. And I don't know how we did it sometimes, but because nothing was resolved, as of the date that a lot of these happened, my company has gone into holding pattern for all these years. And I ended up actually helping, Coco helped Global Recycling getting into the business. So we were the top, recycling entity in the island. Today, the subsidies to these new, or to these organizations like Global are getting $30 a ton for the removal to subsidize them. Here, we removed it at $20 and we never got 1 penny.
Does that include the hazmat oil also to contain and then ship, right, or burn down at the power plant?
Well, that's part of what we need to do is we have to remove it. We can't just take it and put it over on, lot B, A to lot B, We took it and removed it off the island so that we showed. And that's where we got our invoices and our bill of lading from the shipping documentation. So all that was already, resolved as of the date of the commercial license. So everything was documented and credited to that date. I'm saying the additional that we did with another 5 years, we haven't even asked for that to be credited as well, which, like I said, that's going to be again another 20 years. So I'm saying, look, guys, we already documented. I'm okay with this. Let's just settle with this so that I can resolve this for everybody. And so that's where I'm saying I'm taking, the hit on the interest. I'm taking a hit on all the expenses. But it's okay, because it's time for us to really, do the right thing and get it done. That's all.
And you have to comply with all the hazmat requirements.
The hazmat?
Yeah, the hazardous waste material requirements from EPA and
Oh,
the
yes.
federal government.
Yeah,
I mean, it's,
in order to have your recycling permit, all the things that are necessary within that process would be, you have to remove the freon, you have to remove the oils, all those things have to be monitored, and we did all those things, okay? So we paid to remove all that as well.
including rubber, right? You guys do the tires also?
Was that?
The rubbers, the tire?
Well, see, what we did was actually, I brought a system, which was the baling system. If you go to the site, even today,
Yeah.
during that period of time, the tires were considered a usable, restructuring as a usable product if you baled them. So I took like 120 tires, baled them, and we put it on, and we use it to secure the whole perimeter of the property. They're still being used today.
I see.
They're still up there, and they still have the baling machine,
Okay.
okay? And to that event, I actually didn't start the tire recycling effort. It was done by Public Works, and they asked me to help provide a service to them, because Orla Dump was closed because of the huge tire fire. Remember when Orla Dump was on fire?
Yeah.
Everybody was throwing their garbage into the
And then it's
into
burned.
the jungle. They were throwing these tires. So they created a place in Route 16, and they started collecting tires. So they asked me, at the same time, they asked me to help with the material in Dededo. Hey, can you help us with the Route 16 tire issue? So I said, sure. I wanted to prove Coco's ability. So we did it. Actually, we did that. But, that's where the problem stemmed with the tires. We brought in a machine, we're baling machines for both sides, and we did most of the tires. And then there was the arson, and the tires burned, and so that's why we can resolve it. I already know the costs. I've already dealt with Dave Titano and with Echo Eco-Friendly Environmental Group, Joe Estevez. We know what needs to happen. We need to take the soil and just take the trim off the top, and then they have a machine that we can put the dirt and reclaim the dirt, so that it can be put back into the soil. And the solution for Route 16 is very simple. It needs to be capped. It just needs to be capped. So, but we need to take the soil and treat it. So that's, again, something that I know we can do, and I want to be able to do it, but I need for us to have a way forward.
Yes.
I can't do this and not have some kind of an idea of what's gonna happen here. I'm gonna borrow another $350,000 from my family to do what? And not have any recourse of getting it done? I need your help to help resolve this, that's all. I mean, then I can do it. Given what you guys might be able to do is give me additional time and put it in black and white. Because a lot of the stuff that's happened has been, yes, we're gonna do this, yes, we'll do it. And guess what? That's the problem. Till today, the boards in the past have agreed, but they haven't done what they said they're gonna do. If we could do what we're hoping to do, then I can be able to do what is necessary that I need to do. I'll be okay.
On the arson of the tires, those are the burnt material that were on the ground, right? And that's the one that you're saying
Yeah,
has to be removed?
If you look at, I have an environmental study that we could provide you guys.
Yeah.
Great.
The environmental study cost me about 15,000 plus. The area that the tires
That
were
burned,
burned,
yeah.
it's only maybe one-fifth of the area of the whole 5.5 acres of that property. So it's very isolated. Yes, so it's not hard to take that amount and clean it, but
Okay.
it's gonna cost
Yeah.
$300,000 roughly.
And then liner?
But we can grade it and
Yeah.
take it, and again, with the oversight of GITA,
Yeah.
GIPA, and GIPA will work with us, because they want it done too.
Okay.
Yeah, so everybody wants this done. And again, the ability to do this, which we know is part of what needs to happen. And remember, going back to this arson,
Yeah, yeah.
some people have mentioned, oh, Bello, Coco, they burned it. That is the most outrageous,
Yeah, no.
mind-blowing thing, because it cost us 10 times more money. Why would we do that when I have a system that's already transforming into a usable product,
Yeah.
right?
To
The
baling,
blocks.
yeah.
So that was really the start of really something that hurt us in that sense. But
Okay.
it's doable to take care of it. But again, that's
After-
not a big problem. We have the
To treat the dirt, yeah, remove the,
commitment from Environmental Eco-Friendly Group and Joe Estevez's company that has the machine.
okay.
We can treat the material, and then we can turn around and cap the area.
Okay. With a
That's gonna
liner,
cost
with a
several
liner
hundred
or no liner?
What's
No,
that?
no liner,
Whichever one the
Yeah.
EPA requires.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're gonna do it
EPA.
according to whatever EPA and the environmental consultant tells
Yeah.
us. We'll do it according to the law,
yeah, got it.
okay? Because we don't want to.
EPA would not grant it if it's not followed. So
Because
we're
it's
working.
on top of the water aquifer.
Yes, that would,
Yeah.
that's
that-
what
One
it says.
advance, just so you know, it's been about maybe 15 to 18 years.
Yeah,
There's been studies in that area, so there's no contamination as we know of anyway. But we still need to do it, because it's an outstanding issue that should be addressed. And you can't use that property without addressing that issue. And like I said, I've always wanted to do it, I've been coming here to try to do it, how are we
Okay.
gonna do it? You need to give me the way forward. And so that's all I need, is like I said, so don't pay me any money.
Yeah.
Just give me whatever option you think can work, that can provide me some credit, so that I can reopen my company. And remember, it's not difficult for me to reopen the company, it's just that the problem was that I have these things that are outstanding, and I don't wanna do it and put the pressure on the company unless these things were resolved.
Okay, so, a question, if you don't mind. Coco is where now?
Hook.
You guys are
Nobody's
closed right now?
The site is, we're just waiting for certain things to
Okay.
happen. We have to.
That's the one in Dededo,
Our,
correct?
We don't, the global recycling is the one that we clean, that 100%. I got a letter from CHamoru Land Trust with Tom Elliott. Hey, thank you for the work, you did, you did a very satisfactory job,
Thank
we're,
you.
we're good to go. I got that from CHamoru Land Trust. So that property was already turned back to CHamoru Land Trust, and it was actually being operated by Global Recycling, which I don't know what your arrangement was then, but we have never, we haven't, we're out of that particular situation.
Okay.
So you and Global are not partners or?
No, what, I introduced Global to the business
Okay.
because they needed somebody to do the work. And under the circumstances, with what was happening to cocoa recycling, I couldn't afford to continue the operation. So Daniel Chu, who was helping me help export the product, took over the responsibility of doing that. So I have no issues with Global Recycling. I'm happy that they came in and took over actually the industry, so to speak, from me, because with what happened, I didn't have the resources to continue subsidizing the removal of material. I didn't. And so Global is doing that now with subsidies, with $30 a ton subsidies,
So you were out of the operation since last year? Or?
I've been out of the operation for 15 years.
And that's where Global came in?
Global just became the entity that said, look, we'll do it. But I'm not a partner, I'm not part of their team, I have no issue. I just said, look, somebody needs to do this because Cocoa can't do it anymore, right? So that's why Global came in and did the work. And they've been doing a really good job from what I've seen, okay?
And they get the subsidy? And they have the subsidy, that's the difference?
Yeah, so, like I said, for us to come back into the picture to do certain things, it's not a great, deal to get some of the equipment that's necessary to do this. Like I said, there won't be any disruption. Because if we have the area, and especially if it's there or another area, we can accept material. Cocoa can accept the material. Once we deal with these issues, we can do it. But I don't want to necessarily do it under the circumstances, right? I need to see that we have the ability to know our strategy going forward. And this is always still has not been resolved. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner, is there any other?
I like to
Inquiry that you have?
digest this and really, because this is the first, I'm only here for the second month, so,
Right.
but I can understand where you're coming from about the hazardous waste.
But there's no hazardous
Yeah,
waste.
no, your case, I mean, right? Because right now, the trust has about 5 million due to you, right?
Was that?
5.9.
5.9,
Million due to,
yeah.
credit.
Yeah,
You just stated the credit.
And you're not,
Fine with
yeah.
credit.
So,
And
And
you're,
actually, we're taking a huge reduction in the actual credit that we know is the true amount,
yes,
okay? So,
okay.
yeah, and you're asking for a 20-year,
21.
21-year lease,
Because that's what the
Yearly.
commission.
Yeah,
through
21,
our
yeah.
Commercial rules and regulations allow.
on a 5-year,
Up to
5-acre lot,
No,
oh,
what it is
52,000?
52,000, so I think it's like 13 acres.
Yeah, okay, so
But
10,000 per
just
hectare.
so before, so I don't forget, through the motion passed by the previous board on September 19, 2019, if I remember correctly, Global has
2.5 years more.
obtained an appraisal report. If I remember correctly, they obtained one appraisal report. So if the board decides to grant Cocoa a commercial license on lot 10122-15, the commission may be liable to reimburse the cost of the appraisal report obtained by Global Recycling. But nonetheless, even if the board decides, the board can't do it on its own because the board's not able to sole source a commercial license. If we follow our commercial rules and regs, there's a competitive bid process. So we would need to reach out to our oversight chair for
Or the
assistance.
legislature.
So the appraisal, Joey, for, Global, the appraisal was for,
For lot 101-22-15.
that's
I
the one
remember
at
an
Batulu
email,
Road.
but I don't remember receiving a copy.
Yeah.
I could be wrong and the copy could be in the email, but just for full disclosure, I wanna make sure that you guys are aware of what services has been obtained already by Global.
And that's at Batulu Road,
Yes.
yeah. And the appraisal is for the material they have?
No, for the property itself.
Oh, the property value.
Yeah, because like I mentioned earlier, on September 19, 2019, the board then had granted a 5-year commercial
Yes.
license to Global. The previous director, Mr. Haddock, and myself had communicated with Global Recycling. It even came down to the point to where we sent Global a letter stating that either you accept the draft commercial license or not, but you need to inform us within a specific time frame. And then they wanted to have their attorneys review the draft license, and then they obtained what is that? An appraisal report. But we requested for 2, but I know that they obtained 1
Commercial license on an agriculture lot,
for lot 101-22.
which is a zone agriculture
Yes,
with a commercial license.
yes.
It doesn't jive, right?
So that's our previous discussion on the zoning certification, that's why I
Yeah.
was saying it all ties in.
Got it,
together.
understand now, I understand now. So now back to Mr. Bellows.
There is no doubt that the commission owes 5.9 million in credits at the end of his commercial license for Barragata.
Were you aware that we had that debt at the time in 2019?
That we had a credit. Mr. Bello had came in, and met with myself and Mr. Haddock. And I don't remember the meeting, the details of the meeting, but I know he came in. I don't know if it was before or after our meeting, or after the board had decided.
We have known that, I think that was not the thing to do at the time.
Understood. But I don't recall whether it was after or before the board decided.
There was something I wanted to also point out. For Route 16, the best solution for that is to not only, I'll address the NOV. That's not an issue. I'll take care of that, providing we have the way forward. But I would like to offer my best efforts to help cap it. Because that's really for if I just did the NOV, that's the NOV. There's still problems with that area, okay? Which means that it's not gonna be useful to anyone that's going to want to lease it or provide it. That's not, because this was the history of this was a quarry. And what happened was Public Works and, and tomorrow, they had allowed, backfilling and other things. So it's not really good for development or other things like, and even as it is today, it needs to be properly backfilled and capped. So that's one of the things if again, I've already done this, you see with my MO in the history, is that if I did the NOV, I'm okay, right? I did my part. But you shouldn't have any issues, and I'll move and go to wherever you tell me I can go. But to me, that's doing the work halfway. What needs to be done, if anything, if there's amount that's credited to me, and I can get a little bit of an extension, say maybe give me a total, I'll do the NOV in a period of time, but I would like to cap it for all parties, so that we can have the ability to utilize the property in the future for the CHamoru Land Trust and myself. And I will also, if I cap it, I'd like the opportunity to also put in a bid for the use, because that's a really good area. But the only problem is that it needs the attention that I mentioned. Finish the NOV, do the capping, provide the property back to the CHamoru Land Trust and the people of Guam, and then, hey, can you give me a chance to maybe utilize it? I'd like to use it for like, you know, metallic, not metallic, but say greenways, things like that for future typhoons. It's a perfect area for something like that, but you need to cap it.
What's an NOV?
What's that?
NOV.
Notice of violation for the tire
Okay.
issue. But the tire issue is a small part of the overall capping.
Okay.
It's gonna take probably 1,000,000 plus cubic yards of material to properly cap that area, okay? Like I said, it was a quarry, there's a lot of material that's going in, it needs to be settled, it needs to be tempered, and then it needs to be backfilled and capped. So what I'm asking is that on the 21, you know, when we did the valuation for the Route 16, it was like 1.7 million that was put, every month they're taking the credit for the lease from the what was owed. That's why it's at 5 point something. Every month I paid my lease from the credit, but I haven't been able to use the property. So if I could offer that I will do the NOV and I'll help use best efforts to cap it, I would say a minimum of 5 years that I can offer to get credit reduced so that I can do the capping for and on behalf of the CHamoru Land Trust and the people. Because that needs to, if you don't want me to do that, then you'll have to go get a company to do that. And then if you get a company to do that, what are they gonna charge to do that, you know?
Okay, if I may, just to explain your question of the NOV, that the notice of violation was issued to Cocoa Recycling because of the 30 to 50,000 estimated tires that burned on the lot on August 2nd, 2003. Just so you have a little insight on what the NOV was related to.
And I have the machine, I have the ability to come in there and not only treat the soil, but whatever balances of the material, I can mix that in with actual tires that are still around and to again, what's it, build it.
Bring that.
Okay. So there's no doubt that there's a solution to that.
We're not able to use it?
The Barriada property?
Yeah.
No, because of the environmental concerns that need to be addressed. This property is located, if you're facing
I know where
Lemon
it
Heights,
is.
to the right.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Go ahead, Joe.
But the question is, you know, can two companies operate on recycling?
Yes, because it's a commercial license, it's not exclusive. So what can happen is the board can decide to give 10 acres or whatever acres to Cocoa Recycling, and then the other to Global. You know, whatever the board decides.
Well, it has to comply with the law, correct?
Yes, So, but,
That
you know, like I
competitive
said,
business and all that.
you know, and I use the case of GTA, right? Because the board, even though they decided before to issue a commercial license for one of the submerged properties, we were stopped, right? Because there was no way to sole source that award. So, even in the case now, whether the board decides to address Mr. Bellows' credit due and also the global recycling, we're gonna have to comply with our commercial rules and regs, which requires a competitive bid process. So that's why I mentioned, if the board does decide, we're gonna have to reach out to our oversight chair for assistance, some kind of legislative assistance.
Yeah, because CHamoru Land Trust can't pay him back that 5
Yes.
million,
You're
so.
correct.
I think that if you look at the value to the CHamoru Land Trust of the discounted, you know, balances, and you compare that, it's probably twice what anybody would have paid. I'm providing a compensation for my settlement of almost twice what you would be able to get in the market. That's no doubt, because like I said, if you take the 6,700 a month, it was $1.8 million. That, you know, if we take it out to to compare it to what we do if we did like Dedito or something. If it's 10,000 a month, you charge 20,000, you're getting $20,000 worth of credit. So who's gonna pay 20,000 for the 10,000? That's all I'm saying is that it's not an apple to apple. It's not like Bello's getting it or Coco's getting it for this rate. No, they're getting it because they're giving us the break, we're settling this issue, we're not paying interest, we're not paying this additional amount that he could have gone after. And you know, this is, I'm just saying that's a
Right.
position I think that the board needs to understand is that it is part of the settlement and it's a tremendous amount of savings to the group. That's all.
Thank you.
Does the board have any CHamoru Land Trust properties at the port?
The Port of Guam?
Yeah.
No, the only thing in PD we have is what the, Quick Space is using. But that's on the opposite side to the entrance of the Port Authority of Guam. But within the Port Authority vicinity, no, but across the street, yes.
Excuse me, Steve, use the restroom, I'll be right back.
Oh, yeah. Joy, what lot would this be subject to?
Lot 101-22-15.
Okay, that 5219, that's already had passed because that license had.
It will
that
expire
agreement
next
expired
year.
In 2023, get it? Okay,
But,
It will,
that's what they're, yeah,
global
2023.
recycling?
yeah, but like I mentioned, it's only a license, so it's not exclusive. Doesn't mean you, to your question about having 2 recycling centers, I mean, you know, but you guys have to decide whether you wanna give 10 acres or.
May I ask
Go
a
ahead,
question?
go ahead, Mr. Thank you.
So the license currently with Global,
Yeah, no.
there's no monetary.
There's no license with Global, there's only a use agreement.
The use agreement, so we're not receiving any
The
revenue.
only thing we received was the 100,000 that was collected during Mr. Montemoff's time.
Yeah,
From then forward, we haven't received anything, nothing that I can recall.
I thought that was in 2017.
The 100,000,
Yeah,
that was during Mr. Moffman's time.
not Moffman's.
so,
was
so
Bora.
when we
Yeah, I
I
negotiated.
think that was Mike
Mike
Flores.
Flores.
Yeah, because I remember that maybe too, when they presented the check or they questioned the check.
Okay, my mistake,
Yeah.
Mr. Flores.
So when we agreed to the additional 5 years, there was no value, is what I'm trying to
No,
ask.
We were trying to hammer something out, and that was with the appraisals, that was the whole reason behind them getting it.
The 5 years was supposed to be a commercial license because of the chapter 60 requirement.
But we're 4 years into this and we haven't figured out what's going.
There was, like I mentioned, there was communication between, with Director Haddock and I, with, Mr. Chu, we went up there occasionally,
Two
when
and
the,
a half years in, not.
when the draft was accepted by the board, Mr. Chu did not respond for reasons of he needed his attorney to review, and for whatever reasons, like I said, I remember emails stating from Coco or Global Recycling that, there was one appraisal done.
I think we're in our rights though to,
You know, I don't
Question.
blame Mr. Chu on Global, but they've gotten a free ride. I love him, I like him as a friend, but for Cocoa Recycling, getting its credit taken from the amount owed, we've been paying our due. Global's been there for over a decade, and the 100,000 is peanuts, nothing, compared to what they should have been paying. And when they are asked to do something and they had an opportunity, why didn't they just jump on it and do it? It's because I believe they like the fact that they're getting this free ride. So just, to me, again, that's the unfairness of what's going
and
on.
I also believe that they
Yeah.
are getting paid, right? To receive, I'm thinking that they're getting paid,
There's
yeah,
purchase
through the
orders.
mayor's and stuff.
They are accepting metal and paying for it.
And we're paying,
To the public.
yeah,
They're getting,
the mayor's office, I
and,
think,
you
has.
know, it needs to be done, the recycling needs this assistance.
Absolutely.
What's happening over there is not, it's really kind of, needs to be also settled, you know?
Yeah. And I'd like to mention too, that when we met in our office, a few weeks ago,
That was
Um,
on April.
We
7th.
asked Mr. Bello if we can have a smooth transition, and remember that conversation, so that there's no disruption. We don't want to, have any disruption in our recycling business on Guam. So, Mr. Bello agreed to work with, Global, so that, it's amicable and it's a smooth transition, or,
Yeah,
So-
I want to be a solution maker for everybody,
Good.
even global, you know what I'm saying? So, it's all relative. I think, there is a solution for everybody. It's just that I need a solution for me first.
Okay.
Then I have some room to be as generous as I've been over the decades.
Thank you, Mr. Bell.
Yeah.
Mr. Director, any other inquiries or additions? You were mentioning, so what is the case, what, you mentioned about global and having, y'all will be amicable with each other for the transition out? We have a,
If the board
Global.
decides that that's what they wanna do, is grant a commercial license to Cocoa Recycling for lot 101-22-15, just know that it doesn't stop there. Like I mentioned earlier, the board can sole source an award of a commercial license. But at our meeting with Mr. Bello, he had guaranteed that there'll be no disruption in the recycling business activities that are being conducted up there in Dayton. He mentioned, just put it in black and white, you can get the equipment, there'll be no disruption.
I think, the no disruption, I mean, there's no way if normally as any landlord or, CHamoru Land Trust or even myself, you give enough time to the group to vacate, and within that time period, other things can be worked out, or I can mobilize very quickly. I mean, to me, to go and lease a few excavators and truck, it's no big deal. We could do it in the next couple of days. But again, I'm not in the business to try to put anybody out of business. If Global's doing well, they want to continue, maybe we could work something out. I don't know, but at the end of the day, I can't do anything until we address that. But there's no disruption in the recycling industry. That's not a problem to resolve. Like I said, I could put Cocoa in place in a matter of a week. Yeah.
Are they using the 52,000 square meters?
I could say, I would like to, yes, but not exactly, well, I guess storage is considered use, right? Like putting a mountain and then coming back to it later. But yes, I believe that they're using the entire property.
talking about global?
Yes, for
Okay.
different types of activities.
I think if, going to the point that was made that, if you don't have the full authority, you need to go to the legislature. We went to the legislature before, and that the main issue was the cash being out of the recycling fund. And that they said they really couldn't do that, but all the senators we spoke to agreed that they want to have something provided as far as solution. Go back and figure out a solution. I think if we have a solution and go to the legislature, I think the legislature will definitely be supportive. They've I've talked to every one of them individually before. And the cash issue was not something like this, I believe would be totally supported, and it's a very, very amicable solution for all parties.
Okay, so just to move things forward, so the current situation is that Global has a right of entry and not a commercial license. There was a motion to try and attempt to do a commercial license back in 2019. That really hasn't gone anywhere other than the one appraisal. Other than that, negotiations have been pretty stagnant.
Yes.
We have this outstanding amount, we have the kind of agreement on all parties that this would be a potential solution. So the suggestion then would be to abandon the commercial licensing process September of 2019 with Global, and then to seek a legislative lease. Is that what the recommendation would be then?
I mean, that would be, because the board can't so.
Right, and there's no way that we can, with our rules and regs, really come up with the type of solution that is being offered.
Yeah,
It requires the legislature. Okay,
there's some variation, stuff like that.
yeah.
So will Global be able to come to the table and have discussions? You're certain of this? That Global Recycling Company will be able to come to the table and.
If Global,
Will Global be able to come to the table to have the discussion, to be able to pull out, and y'all could come in?
well, I mean, that's no problem at all.
Okay, so that's what you're certain of?
Huh?
You're certain of that?
Well, we,
No, it's up to
our
us.
obligation, I mean, our commitment is only a
I just, you know, I just don't.
Our
At this
current
point.
commitment is a right of entry,
Our current,
Okay.
which I'd have to look at the language of it, but right of entries and licenses don't necessarily have the same type of longevity of a lease, so, or.
Actually, the issue with Global prior to that was that although I cleaned up, I was still actually technically had the ability to continue using it. I didn't continue using it because I wanted to keep it clean until we resolved our problem. So when Global started using it, I was expecting them to go directly to the CHamoru Land Trust and get their agreement.
Right.
And that was a decade ago, and they never did that. And I think they, you know, they kind of procrastinated. But for what we're talking about, if we gave them an opportunity to say, if you want to stay, if you want to work with it, we're okay. But I cannot be held responsible for whether
Yeah,
they
and
want to do
Global-
that. If they don't
Global's
want to
not-
do that, I'll say, guess, you have 90 days or another 90 days or whatever. But guess what? I'll do it because I made a commitment to the CHamoru Land Trust that I'm going to do it to keep this recycling going. But I'm not going to be worried about you forcing me
I get it.
to do what you want. You know,
Right.
that's not fair.
Right, so all there is a right of entry.
Right,
With
and Global can be a part of the legislative discussion as well, because when, you know, in our discussions with them, we ran into some of the similar difficulty in that, you know, they were arguing that recycling is a public good that, you know, benefits everybody, the mayor's offices use them, and to try and offset costs that way, and again, that type of thing really isn't doable under our commercial rules and regs. We're running into that same problem there. So I think either way, I think this needs to go with the legislature, no matter what the solution is.
Right. Okay, well, in those terms, will we have to present a resolution? What would we have to do on our?
What I would do is do a motion to rescind September 19th, 2019 motion to seek a commercial license for this lot. And then a motion to authorize the CLTC to seek a legislative resolution for the leasing of 10122-15.
To Cocoa, are we specifying to Cocoa Recycling?
If the board wishes to,
Because that's what we're wanting
perfectly
to
fine.
settle, right, is the.
I think
amount to
leave
grant
it, I would say leave it general for now, and then, you know, we can, when it comes before the legislature, we can all bring this information to them. You know, we have already talked about the debt that the CLTC owes to
Right.
Cocoa,
Okay,
and, you know, that there's this offer in place
okay,
from Cocoa to rectify that.
okay. So,
Again, I'm really not looking to put a competitor out of business. I even wrote a letter stating that I support what Global's doing because they really are an integral part of what is necessary in the recycling industry. And I would open my doors if I had the opportunity to have them participate with Cocoa, because we've done it. We've done transshipments together before. So it's no issue. It's up to them if they want to continue, or if they, maybe, like I said, opportunity even, I'm gonna put it on, be transparent, even to sublet at a discount. If we did it, you know, again, I'm discounted to get some kind of revenue. But remember, if there's any revenue that's the the CHamoru Land Trust gets a piece of that.
Maybe
So
something-
there and there and there, so everybody still, you know, there is a solution for all, as long as you gave me the ability to provide a solution. You know, I'm discounting like 60 or 70%, it's okay, as long as I get everything done and we move forward. So global's not, I don't think it's an issue, they don't wanna move, they don't wanna do all of these things, and if they do, it's gonna cost them more than, let's say, hey, Daniel, here's what we can do if you want, but please, you know, this, I really don't necessarily want to do the recycling. I want you to do it, here's what I could do. I'm just being transparent. And it'll be much better than if you went to CHamoru Land Trust anyway. So here's the deal, let me go do what I need to do at Route 16. Let me do the NOV and let me do the capping. Man, I'll tell you what, that'd be something that, you know, Benny Bello did his stuff on my grave, you know? He committed and he finalized his commitment to everybody. That's all I'm looking for, you know? And, Mr. Badawi, I think, you know, that's work. Yeah, I'm not getting younger, okay?
We're not.
Just remember me with my hair like this and just saying, that's really what I'm looking for, guys. It's just, give me a way to do this stuff.
And that would be to extend the 21 years.
Is that?
That's to allow
To grant him a commercial license on 101-22-15.
for 21.
But he'll also take care of all the remediation
Yeah,
issues,
remediation.
environmental issues at 5219.
I'll do the remediation for the NOV, and I'll use my best efforts to do the capping, providing you give me additional time, because I only have like till 2023, 1 year. So what I'd like to do is take it from the credit. Give me a 5-year extension of the Route 16, if at the very least, and take it from the credit, so you're getting paid still, right?
There will be, if we word it correctly, there may not be a need to extend the Barragata license. We can write the license as it was written for Barragata. So, for instance, we can
Okay.
include the term that Mr. Bello has agreed, or Coco Recycling has agreed, that they would conduct all remediation activities on 5219-1-1 within a 5-year period, and that's it.
Yeah.
After 5 years, the commission decides they want to commercially lease the property, it's ready to go.
Yeah, then we can go in, but I've already exhausted all my credit, I have to start from scratch.
As long as all the verbiage is gonna be there.
Yeah, and of course we run it through.
Right. And, phew, okay. Is there any other, inquiries that y'all may have? Commissioner Badawi?
No, I think we covered everything.
So you have to let Global know.
Yes, well, whatever the board decides, like Attorney Toff had mentioned, to leave it general, and when it is entertained by the legislature, we can get the details together and send it their way.
How soon will this begin? How soon are you anticipating?
How soon in the night, what?
How soon are you anticipating a decision from us to, is it on us to decide that?
Yeah, it has to be you, if you guys can give me the, just like you have the commercial license, whatever
Right.
you want to put as far as, here's what we're willing to do. When you sign that, we're off and ready, because I'm ready to go, I've been ready to go for a long time.
We just also need to at least inform Global to cease and desist any procurement of any services, any more appraisals, any surveys.
Great.
Because that was the last thing that, when Mr. Haddock was still here.
Great.
So there's, the liability doesn't increase.
Right. So we're well aware of all of the steps that needed to take, so nothing comes back to the trust, and everything's squared away, we're able to move forward without having any worry.
I think even there, as an attorney, you know, even there, if we have that and there's a little bit of issue, we just push the date back until you guys resolve it. I'm okay. My main concern is I have a solution, you resolve the issue with Global. I'll start Route 16. The issue is, I want to start with Route 16. The issue with Global is internal, but I think it's not a major problem. I'm a landlord myself, and I know that what's here is, you know, in this code is as far as liability.
I don't think, because the last use agreement, I know that was given, there was no, it was like open-ended, there was no start or end date. And it was really almost like generic in nature, right? Like, yeah, you can occupy it and whatever, but there was nothing that could restrict us from terminating it. If I remember correctly.
Yeah, that comports with what I remember too.
And I'll share that with Attorney Tom again, or I'll share it with him whenever I pull them.
I guess it's a two-step, right? I mean, we're, number one, requesting to rescind the motion passed on September 19. And then the next ask is just to allow us to seek the assistance from the legislature.
If the intention is to sole source the commercial license
In
to
which-
Coco in return for,
Our credit.
working out the credit.
Right.
At the end of the license, even if there's a balance, it's zeroed out.
Already, that's that.
The
Okay.
remediation of barriata,
Mhm.
no disruption in services,
Great.
so,
So
but
after 20.
also to Ms. Commissioner Badalio's question about can we have two operate, yes, we could, because it's a license, it's not exclusive.
Great.
So the board can decide to give 10 to Coco, 5 to, or whatever the split's gonna be, we'll work all of that out.
Okay. Before that does proceed to the legislature, will it come to the board for review as well? The verbiage?
Yes, but, before
I-
anything goes down,
More likely that they would have a hearing at the legislature that we would appear at. and-
Okay.
public hearing,
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the commission and the agency are one and one, right? Where we
Yes.
want the best for the agency. We all want the best for the agency, so we wouldn't want to proceed it without the commission's knowledge of what it says,
Yes.
right? Okay, cool.
Cause if it's through resolution, the resolution will be prepared and presented to the board for approval, and then everybody signs off.
The best and easiest way to remediate this, I think, would be the best way to go, right? Whether we just get it done and present it to, or speak with the chair of the committee, and then come to an agreement on how we would word whatever, right?
Yeah.
That's what we would want, or a resolution.
Yeah, the resolution will just be in support of what we're trying to do,
Okay, great, great.
and then any draft bills comes our way and make reviews, and everybody gets a chance to review.
Great, great. That's the opportunity I would like. Okay, I think we would all like. Commissioner Herrera, any other concerns or questions for Coco Recycling or Joey?
I have plenty concerns and I have plenty questions.
Okay,
But
okay.
I like the presentation and proposal from Mr. Bello, because this is the first day that I've heard about this, for me to digest, but no. What I see is that you're willing to lease for 21 years and in lieu of the 5.9 million, right?
Yes,
For the lot 10122-15,
Castello?
Yes.
Yes.
right? No?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm good, no? For 21 years.
That's the
If
proposed.
we just take a look back and see, the commercial license in Bargata was for 21 years. It took away 1.1 million. The lot in Dededo is double the size. If, just a rough estimate, the value of that lease in Dededo might only equate to 2.2 million or 2.5, which would still leave a balance. We can resolve it all through this resolution and also remediate Barragata Heights so it can be ready for us to lease. But still considering that, like Ms. Bordado had asked, we're not saying you can't have two because it's a license, so it's not exclusive. But whatever the board decides.
Now, the solid waste from the villages, you also receive, the solid waste from the villages?
No, I
The,
think that goes to.
the white,
Malolo.
Malolo,
Yeah.
the white goods,
Yeah.
including the white goods?
All the white goods.
Hmm?
The washing machines and all that, do you
And when goods, does it go to the recycling or does it go to cocoa? No,
No, the white goods and all that stuff,
Yeah.
now or
Yeah.
before?
now.
Yeah, no.
No, but all of that is being handled by, the recycling groups, Global is receiving them, Dedido, and, you know, there's other Pyramid, I believe. and
Right, right.
Whoever's receiving that.
Yeah,
We haven't, operated as a recycling entity
understand,
for
yeah,
at least 10 years. A lot of it's due to this problem.
yeah.
I
So,
have no ability to move.
so when the white good comes to Global, the municipality have to pay the recycling?
Yes,
Yes?
yes.
Yes, no?
Yeah, when they turn it to global, you gotta pay.
What?
Yes.
The white goods, the washing machines,
Yeah.
you gotta pay to
The
take it to global.
mayors.
I believe that,
Yeah.
there is a fee that is charged
Yes.
by whatever recycling entity they receive, and they also have a subsidy from
The,
the
the 30
government
bucks.
of $30
Yeah.
per ton.
When you're granted the 21 years, are you willing to receive the white goods from the municipality at no charge? Or, We-
My
we-
intent right now, that's not my intent.
yeah,
My intent is to focus on cleaning up Route 16.
yes, got it,
If it's necessary, as part of what was asked of me, is to not hurt the continuation of the recycling requirements of Guam,
go, yeah.
then I'll go into business, but I don't necessarily wanna go into the recycling, back into the recycling business. If Global can continue to do what they're doing, whether it's at Route 16, Dedido,
Right.
or another site, I'm good, because then I don't need to do it for now. I'll just focus on my requirements up at Route 16. Because like I said, to me, the recycling, business is okay, there's already people in there. Global's doing a decent job, a good job, and like I said, if they want to stay, maybe we can help, because my commitment to the community and my commitment to CHamoru Land Trust. But for me, I'm not dying to get back into the business.
Okay.
I'm just wanting to resolve the 8 million that's owed to me, and I'm reducing that by another 4 million.
Yeah,
Again, okay, because if you look at it, we're talking about a credit on that 5 million, it's not gonna be 2 million. And then, so it's another discount amount.
yeah, got it.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So the 21 years is for the lot 10122 dash,
15.
not for Barrigada.
Yeah, not
But your
for-
target is to clean Barrigada.
Yeah, so
It
there's,
will be included in the terms of the.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so there's a.
no problem, yeah.
Credit of Route 16 for the 20 years, that's only 1.7. And you credit the bedroom, the 2-point-something million,
Yeah.
that's already 3.7. There's 1 million missing, where's that 1 million?
Then so-
Okay, then you better go cut to raise it again,
Yeah.
so, but it's all good. It's
So-
just, let's
yeah.
move, let's do something, guys.
So then we do a cease and desist for Global.
Only for procuring any more additional services that relates to the board approval for September 2019. That would be the appraisals and the surveys. That's all, but not to cease and desist any activities, because we still need the recycling business too.
And how does that interface with Mr. Belos, 21 years? Who's in control now?
Depends on what the board decides. If the board decides that they're gonna go in the direction of supporting Mr. Bello and authorizing the 21-year lease issuance, then it's going to be up to Mr. Bello whether he allows Global to sublease or whatever the case may be.
Okay,
But if he subleases, just know we're gonna get money out of it, a certain percentage, and the board will decide. If he doesn't, nonetheless, whether he does or he doesn't, the issue of the rent credit will be resolved. The
Alright,
remediation of the Lower Barrigada Heights property will be resolved. And after 21 years, we won't, Mr. Bello don't have to come back here.
And putting things on the record, okay?
Right,
Yeah.
and but, so,
Yeah,
everything
go ahead.
will be
None of them do,
stated.
but here's the deal, if I get the credit for Dedido, I'm not, and we want Global to continue providing the service.
you want Global to
And Global can get a break from me, okay, which is what I would maybe want to help do, is that then I would also additionally take another hit. But from there, whatever that hit is, I believe it's 20% of whatever the revenue is coming, goes back to the Chamorro Land Trust, which is another discount, right? So at the end of the day, it's all on the head of Coco to help make all these things work. But it all comes from the bottom line. If I have something to provide, I can do. If I have nothing to provide, I have nothing, right?
But you're saying, we're not earning anything from, Global.
None. Based on the use agreement, there is
Right.
no dollar figure attached to any usage.
So I'm just trying to see how that ties in.
It's not like the quick space right of entry where there's a dollar figure attached to it. So, you know, but
So,
we're not,
so
they're
if they
not
become
obligated
a,
to pay us.
so if they become a lessee under Coco, we don't get a percentage from that.
No, if there's a sublease
A
agreement
sublease.
There is.
between Coco and some company, then we have to work out, come to an agreement with the
It would need to come to the commission before anything proceeds.
I think there's a standard that was provided under most agreements. I'm not looking to get that waived. I believe that, you know, if I do get it, whatever the amount is, you know, it'll be the amount. But the thing is, I can't be held to a commercial value. Let's say if the monthly rent is commercial value is 10, and I lease it for 7, you know, sublet it for 7, I can't be expected to pay the amount on the 10, you know what I'm saying? So that's an issue within the agreement that we have, right?
The specific terms will all come down when the legislature, if they do decide to assist us, because it will be written, I would believe it will be written almost like the submerged bill. So the details are there and
Very detailed.
everything is passed by statute, so. And we'll have the ability to weigh in on what the language reads and stuff like that.
So the motion for today, for us to do that is to, make a motion to the alternate resolution for 21 years?
It's up to the board if you guys wanna decide today, or you guys want more information from us,
Let him come up with,
or you guys wanna come back next month, you know,
It's,
cause if there's any other information that you guys would like, you know, just let us know and we'll put it together. We just wanted to present it today to the board,
I see.
Yes.
so that.
do we wanna,
Yeah,
so there's
so
there's an opportunity
No,
for us
no
to,
yeah,
You don't have to make a decision today.
right, there's an opportunity for us to,
Digest everything
digest
still.
all of the
All right.
information we just heard today,
yeah.
but not to make a decision today, we have the,
I believe that with what was supposed to be the possibility, it would have to go back to the legislature. So the key there again is that, you know, if it's always been the consensus that there was a debt, this is a solution. We just, I think if the sooner we get it to the legislature to try to get their support, which I'll go and lobby for you and, you know, to get this done. And I believe, all the senators that were there before
Yeah.
have said that they would support a resolution as long as, you know, they didn't have to come up with the money from other budgets.
great.
Okay,
So
Great.
this
All
may
right.
be the solution.
So, I mean,
That's all.
so the motion today would be to,
well, see, we don't,
no
so
motion.
here it is. Well, if we wanna make a motion, there's a motion to be made.
Yeah.
If not, we can table it, and we can also give the opportunity for the chairman to
Okay,
have a speak and input into it too,
Yeah.
if we would like to go
And you
in that
can
direction.
so the motion
give
is
us
to
a
table,
proposal.
a preliminary proposal,
Yes.
no? For next
Meeting.
meeting.
So the decision can be tabled and we can bring it back up next week.
And
We'll just, if there's any specific details or information the board would like, just inform us and we'll put it together.
Okay, so next
Plan A,
Thursday,
B, and C.
Yes. We can provide options.
so 3 options
Yes.
by the next board, Chamorro Land Trust Commission meeting on
Yeah. May 19th.
May 19th.
Okay, so we will table this discussion
For May 19th.
for the next meeting in May 19th. Thank you guys for your
Thanks,
time. Thank you so much for answering our inquiries,
Oh, no.
helping us to understand, and then presenting to us your plan. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Thank you.
Well, giving us a win.
Yeah, no, very much so, very much so,
Yeah,
yes.
background, background.
No, thank you.
I'll be getting deaf.
That's a hitch.
Yeah, we need to move the table motion.
Thank you, Mr. Bello.
Okay, guys.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you guys
Benavides.
so much. We have, exhausted our items all the way to, our agenda items until item number 5. I can please call a recess of 15 minutes at 4:33.
Where
Make a
are we at?
We are finished with, until commercial. Now we will go into old business, but I'm calling a recess of 15 minutes at 4:33.
Okay.
Yeah, recess. Doctor, thank you. Thank you, Joey.
You are?
4:33. 15 minutes.
Pwede mo malago.
Because we already discussed that. So
Drink,
we already
yes,
discussed
I
that.
got.
Pag
So,
no
yeah, we're
scotch
gonna work
or
on the specific
Oh, no.
serious.
Let us know when.
Not yet, not yet, not yet. Not yet.
Is that thing next?
Null and void. Null
You
and
may
void.
begin.
Okay. Thank you for your patience. We are back from recess at 4:52, resuming the Chamorro Land Trust monthly meeting of April. We will continue now with going to item number 6, old business, and beginning with the null and void leases update.
Well, it remains the same as last month. The null and void cases adjudicated were 25, waiting to be adjudicated is 79, a total of 104 cases. Once again, we're waiting to see how the legislature will feel about the new request that the board has made about changes to the law as far as transferring and all that, so.
Can
Which
you
is
just
why
state your-
there's no movement on the adjudicated cases.
Can you just state your name, please?
Oh, this is Lydia Talil, TLTC Land Agent 1.
Thank you.
Okay, now in the applications being reviewed, since last month, I've only had a chance to review 10 cases. Of the 10 cases, 8 were actually done correctly. 2 will need to be reverted, but also depending on public law, whether or not that changes. So those all could be affected. So with the 10 cases being reviewed, plus the prior 210 cases, altogether 220 cases to be reviewed.
You said the total from prior
Was
was
a-
104.
Was 140, yes, of the null and void.
Great,
yes.
great, great. And the new applications, well, then the 104 comes into the 220, correct?
No, the 220 is a totally separate one,
Okay.
because when we look at the null and void cases, those are actual leases.
Okay.
Then we have the applications that are being reviewed, which is applications that haven't been issued a lease, that were transferred of application rights to see if it was done in accordance to current public law, which is subject to change depending on how the legislature feels. And therefore, that's what the changes are, which is change of application is done only upon the death of the applicant and only to certain named successors. Spouses, children of the spouses, the widowers and widowers of the siblings and their children, which are the nieces and nephews. But in reviewing those cases, that's when we did find a couple leases in there, simply because they declined their lease lot. So they were removed from the database, making that lease lot available, but then when they got put back into the file, they got put back into an area that's known as applications without leases. So those might be readjusted, that I'm currently working on contacting these people to find out how they wanna move forward, because if their leases are not in there, they weren't ratified, so we need to review to see if the lease was issued in accordance to the law, and if the lot that they declined for another lot, if the lot that they wanted to go to is still available. So there's issues to be resolved on that end.
In the application stage,
In the
right? With that,
application.
and that's what brought them into the null and void, was the
Yes.
whole switch and transfer.
Yes,
Okay, great.
so those are the 2 separate ones.
Great.
Okay,
Thank you, Ms. Lee.
and that's it for me. See you next month.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Thank you for your work. Thank you so much. Any questions? Okay, good.
Use up.
All right, take care of A, old business. Thank you, Mr. Liu again, and B, 1995 applicant's status update. Who will be presenting?
Eileen or Joe, Hannah?
Okay. For them.
I think Joey wants to comment. Joey wants to comment. Call one of them.
regards to the update of the December 95 call listing, this is what I had actually emailed the chair. So the number that we have still have not made contact is 107. The number that have been qualified for the eligibility requirements is 0. The number that are ready to proceed with the next steps after eligibility requirements that are complete and satisfied, we had one that was actually board approved, and that was with Miss Irene Moffness. Other than that, no other applicants have come forward to proceed with their eligibility based on the land agent's notations. The numbers contacted to be qualified but are pending, there was none indicated on the land agent's notations. And then lastly, the number not qualified but more research being conducted, none indicated on the land agent's notations. I also advised the chair that we started off with 201 applicants on the residential and agriculture applications, and that was the start of December 2, 1995, as of 10:30 a.m. Also, upon further review of some of these applications, some have already have leases in place, however, they will need board ratification. The reason being is that some of these applicants declined a lot, therefore their original lease description was removed. The database will only show a lot description if there is a valid lease in place. Given that a lessee cannot decline a lease, we are going back to those and bringing their leases back to life. And then, as I mentioned at the last board meeting, based on 2338, we will need to publish and send out certified mail to those applicants who have not been contacted due to their numbers not working. However, we're still looking for monies towards this. And as Mr. Cruz advised, he will update us when we can move forward regarding the publication and or mail out. And that is it.
Okay. And you said total 201, correct?
We started off with 201. And then 107 have no contact. So within maybe that 100, there may have been leases that are in file, but they just haven't been ratified because some of them have declined it. So what we do is they would remove the lease description, so it says that there's no lease, but if you actually open the file, there's a lease in place, but just wasn't part of that ratified lease listing. So we just gotta go back to those files and see which of the land agents have any leases that can be brought to the board for ratification.
Right. How are we dealing with that process?
We haven't started yet.
Okay.
So that's just something that I just actually put together.
Okay.
So now we just have to go back, talk to the land agents, have them go back on their listing, because each of us were given a list of people to contact.
Okay.
And if in those files there is a current lease, then we'll put them all together, so at least present it all at once versus in pieces.
Right. What is the, do we have a, I guess to Ms. Camacho, do we have a start date and when that can proceed and, or the process can begin?
I'm not, we haven't.
Yeah, we haven't really sat down to discuss it. I think there's some other projects that we're currently working on, but I wanna say maybe within May, we'll start on that, and then possibly proceed with June, so, cause you gotta put the list together.
Right.
And then just put that list all in one, and then indicate the lot description, and then we have to contact them. Maybe their contacts are out of date, but it would be good to advise them, just in case, they maybe want, come in or have any questions or anything like that.
Do we have a formula already in place with who we will begin with in that list?
So just within this 201, so out of that 201, there are about 100 that were contacted, but we have to go over the whole thing again. Maybe within that 200, within these 107 that haven't been contacted, maybe they're one of those that have a lease, but a lot of the numbers, in file are actually out of date, and that's one of the biggest issues we have. So that's why we, have also given a copy of the list to the mayor's council, and then we posted an updated one just this past week. We just gotta give another, update to the mayor's council, so they have an updated one.
Good.
I believe the list is on our,
It's on our Facebook.
yeah.
Right, so that process, numbers, update information. Okay. You said May, we can start that process going,
Yes, we still, I believe the land agents still have those files out.
great.
So, just gotta go back through it again, one more shuffle, and then possibly by June, hopefully not exceeding June, we can actually just put it all together. But the hurdle will be in terms of contacting them.
Right.
Because you have to, account that maybe they don't want this lease, and that's why you gotta work with them again. But again, it would be more so just ratifying that lease at least, and then we'll work on the relocation for another time.
Okay. That is with the ones that we've already contacted, the ones that were contacted already, correct?
Yeah, we can do that, or we can do it all together.
Okay.
Because at least, I wanna say if you ratify the leases, at least it would justify that there is a lease in place.
Okay.
And then like what we've been doing with a lot of other cases is just doing a request for relocation before the board. So it's just a matter of us contacting these individuals, but if we possibly can just work with the ones that we have made contact,
Contacted already?
then at least that's something. If
Right.
not, then, I just don't wanna do things in pieces,
Mhm.
cause then you'd be taking so much to the board versus just one straight list.
I think we can begin already with the ones that we've contacted, just so that process can start.
Okay,
Because then you mentioned we still have to go back, look at the list, see if their contact numbers, and then afford it to be mailed out, correct? That's gonna take another time process.
Yes, but we're also trying to determine what would be the most effective way. If their number in file is not working, more than likely their address in file, also we're gonna get a return.
Okay.
So we're trying to weigh it out too, what would be the most effective way to inform them.
Okay.
I mean, when we published, during Mr. Bora's time, Michael Bora, regarding, I forgot what it was, but on the newspaper, that was more effective than sending out certified mail.
The land for the
The land to the landlord.
Would you mind sitting at the table, Jim? I guess, and as you mentioned, right, we're gonna have that, Joey needs to find funds. But with the 94, I think we did the 94, the 201 minus the 107, correct?
no,
Wait, so minus the 107, those are not contacted. So we have a 94 list, we have an amount of 94, who have we contacted already? Okay, I think that's a great number to start with, already to start the process of presenting to the board to
I
ratify.
don't mean to interrupt you, but
Go ahead.
one thing that we have to consider too is, in the act, it says we award leases based on date and time.
Right, there, that was my next inquiry. Did we go down based on,
The 94 could be 5 here, skip 10, 5 there,
Mm.
skip
I
10.
get it,
That
I get
sort
it.
of deal, right? It's not in the order of date and time.
great, understood.
But, so that's why too, we're trying to figure out what's gonna be the most effective way to communicate with them.
No, to comply with law, that's the best way to go. We have to stay in that rhythm, right, is your date and time. Let's just go ahead and comply with that. I think we are all in agreement with that. We don't.
First come, first served.
Yes, ma'am, So, okay, that's good knowledge.
So what we're doing too is, because of that section in the law, so if the first 5 is contacted, that would only mean the board can only award 5 leases, because the next 5 have been contacted, vetted. In addition to that also, we've met and we've discussed the eligibility process. We'll be sending Attorney Tom the process that's gonna be included in the updated SOP. That will that will give us that will give us a step-by-step process on how we're going to, qualify them as an eligibility beneficiary, eligible beneficiary.
Yes.
Our thing right now that we're trying to juggle with is, in the law, it says reasonably ascertainable and to the extent known. So if a constituent comes in and claims that his grandfather, great-grandfather, or mother, whatever it is, had utilized occupied, farmed, or ranch property, and the staff is unable to obtain any type of documentation to substantiate his claim, but he decides to fill out a occupier, ranch, or farm form, but can only fill out his name, the grandparents' name, and the name place, but cannot tell us when it was taken, is the board gonna accept that? Because the document is not completely filled out. That's what we need to know, what the board is going to decide. Is that gonna be acceptable in terms of, because it was reasonably ascertainable or to the extent known by the individual? Because anybody can come in and fill out the document as how I said, and the staff can prepare it to present it to the board, but is the board gonna accept it?
Right.
That's what we need to know, so we can put that as part of our SOP. Because if the requirement is that the constituent's gonna have to complete the form completely, then we need to know that also, because if they can, then there's no use of them signing under penalty of perjury, attesting to the information, because the board is not gonna accept it. So that's something we need, and it can be further discussed, at the next meeting, but, that's the information that we desperately need to know, is to what extent is gonna be considered, reasonably ascertainable.
The eligibility form that we have, is there a way we can get a copy of that, the commissioners?
We'll
So we'll know
provide
what
it.
right?
The ones that we've been bringing to the board are the ones who have, the actual documents from the taking. So, like what Mr. Cruz mentioned is that, should they only fill out the first two, like, blanks, it doesn't really give us any definite area, cause someone can just say, I was farming behind Payless, but, is there an actual document, or is that even a taking part? So, we definitely want, we wanna assist the constituents, but at the end of the day, we, as the land agents or any staff, can't, guide them to fill out the affidavit.
We can if the staff is able to pull up documents either from the district court listing, the land web, or the John Bond judgment files from GLC, there'll be no need for a constituent to fill out the affidavit form.
What's the process in that right now with us assisting them in that sense? So when they come in, they fill out the application, all right, you have to have this to show you're eligible. What do they need to go out already? Will we inform them, here's where you need to go, or do we get that information for them?
What has softly been implemented is that there was a family tree created by Joanna and approved by the director. That family tree would be to state your paternal, maternal grandparents, great-grandparents, and so forth within that lineage. As soon as the staff gets it, they base their research on that family tree. And first they look to the district court John Bond listing, and then the land web to validate whether there's any civil takings. If none, you move to step 3 and you verify with the GAOC John Bond judgment files. If they're unsuccessful, then they would disclose either the owner or the occupier affidavit and explain to them that they're filling it out under penalty of perjury and they're attesting to the information. What we need to know, the staff needs to know, is what is going to be the end-all be-all to determine reasonably ascertainable. I mean, they can go, if there's anywhere that the staff should refer them to, it's to UOG to determine genealogy. That's one thing. But as far as all the information or the access to information we have the John Bond District Court listing, the land web, and the GALC judgment files. But like we mentioned, if applicant A can only fill out his name, his grandparents, but cannot fill out the date of taking, is that gonna be acceptable to the board because he signed it under penalty of perjury? And do we stop there, or do we try to validate that affidavit?
That's part of the standard operating procedures, correct?
That's going to be forwarded to Attorney Top for his review, but if we have that information as to what the board is what's gonna be acceptable to the board, then we'll know for sure, and we can adjust the SOP in relation to the eligibility process. Cause right now, someone can come in and fill out the affidavit form, and because we don't know what's gonna be acceptable to the board, if they don't complete it, we may not accept it.
When was the family tree and the decision to have that as the basis for a decision-making, whether the eligibility requirements are met? When was that decided between the staff and then approved by the director?
Maybe a few weeks ago,
Okay.
but it was just a tool to gather information. Because what happens is sometimes an individual can't get the death certificate or the birth certificate of their maternal, paternal parents, grandparents, great-grandparents, whatever it is. But give us, at least provide the names. So at the end, when the staff has completed their research and review and, or whether the affidavit has been completed, then they're gonna request for the birth certificates, death certificates. And then to that point again, what if the individual can't get his grandparents or great-grandparents' death certificate or birth certificate? What's gonna be allowable by the board? Like, what's gonna be acceptable? A certified copy of a family tree from UOG? What is it gonna be? What we're trying to do is make sure that we have something tangible to substantiate everybody's claim. So when we go through an audit, this document is acceptable by the board, or because this document only has certain information, but to the board, it's considered reasonably ascertainable, then so be it. At least we cover ourselves.
Yes, yes. That's
And we
important.
have something tangible to go by, to substantiate whatever the claims are.
Right. So in order for us to know to make that decision, we'd have to know the process and what's going on. I haven't seen anything come through an email or whatever with the process, so I'm inquiring right now about it, and that's the reason why. I guess if we can, just get that also to the commissioners, please.
We're gonna run it, like I said, by Attorney Top before we present it, but we're just giving you a heads up of
That's the process, right?
that what it's gonna come down to is what's reasonably ascertainable. Going to Ancestral and getting a certification, is that gonna be reasonably ascertainable? And even if the certification has no information, or, or because he filled out his name, his grandfather, and he signed it under penalty of perjury, is it gonna be acceptable? Because it requires a name, place, the date of taking, the form requires different information. But we wanna know when is it to what extent is it gonna be acceptable? And do we have to validate the information on that form, even if someone is signing it under penalty of perjury?
Okay. Thanks for that information, Joanna and Joy, thank you so much. So as soon as in May, we can begin the process for the 201, and then go from there. We'll get a update in the next meeting for the 1995 applicant status update. Thank you so much.
Before you,
Dispense up, dispense up.
before you go,
Commissioners, please.
I just need to ask a question, Mr. Cruz. The unpaid application listing update for 3,039, what happens to the applicant if they don't pay?
They have to reapply. The law is not specific, but it says you have 30 days to pay. So we're using the example of, well, if you go to the store and you put something on layaway, and you don't come in 30 days, what happens? They put it back on the rack. It's not there anymore. It doesn't say what we're gonna do with it, but what we have done with it is we have a folder, or several folders with the unpaid applications. They have a database of all the unpaid, but if you didn't pay in 30 days, then you would have to reapply.
Is it removed at that point?
It's still in the unpaid and state at the
Okay,
unpaid.
okay.
We don't destroy it.
Okay, okay. What I meant to say is it removed from the list.
It's not put on the list until you pay.
Oh, okay.
So when you pay
In
your,
other words, you
But you have
come,
30 days to make that payment to be on the list.
yeah,
Right, okay. So, but that, we still have those applicants that still haven't, I mean, their applications, we just don't discard them.
yeah.
We want them on, okay,
If
great.
it's unpaid, it's kept here. We'll discuss further in the agency report about what we're doing to make sure that nothing's lost.
Great. Thank you so much, Joe. Thank you so much, Joanna. Anything else, Commissioners, Commissioner Rivera? Does that suffice?
Maybe on the process of the first come, first serve, we mentioned that the December is when, December 95, right, is when
December 2nd.
we started.
95.
Yeah. So those that were, that didn't apply but had a land use permit, and the land use permit was Public Law 33, if I'm not mistaken, in 1950. And that was established because of the land takings from the federal government and the local government. So if a constituent had a land use permit issued to them, because the land use permit was in three categories. Category one would be those that have had all their lands taken by the federal government, would be priority one. Priority two is when partial of their property has been taken. So, and let's say they didn't come in on the December application, do we still entertain them as a first come, first serve, or?
No. The first come, first service related to the numeric stamp that we
Yeah.
stamp the applications
I
at the
see.
date and time.
The
But
service
if they were there before July 12, 95, they're considered pre-occupiers.
there, and the.
So we don't evict them, the law says we can.
Yeah.
But we have another issue related to that because there's a high number, if not half, of the leases that we issued today. They're pre-occupiers or LUP or Department of Agriculture, whatever it was.
Okay,
So, you know, we can discuss that in another
Okay.
meeting because that's a whole issue in itself. If Attorney Nick Toff's got additional authority is not granted, there's a lot of leases that we're gonna have to
yeah, it's just,
terminate.
yeah, it's just because, let's say that, that's a 1940 tax roll, right? So these are, that's one documentation that can provide the, those that are under the 35-112.
The
And-
19, sorry.
And also
Go ahead.
to the tax roll, because it's on the tax roll, there was some conveyance document. So we'll put it up on the land web too.
Yes, yeah,
So,
yeah, so
Well,
this,
just for some understanding though, the 1941 tax roll is not specific just for like ancestral landowners.
yes,
The 1941 tax roll is just for anyone at that time who held a property.
yes,
So, although yes, with the ancestral process, they do utilize this as a reference, but if you look further and you do the research, their name may be there, but maybe there's no taking, right? Maybe they were just a landowner at that time, but their land wasn't taken by the military or the federal.
correct.
Yeah.
And that's where the category separates those that have had their lands taken by Public Law 33 in 1951, and those that have, just didn't have their land taken. But this is one lead to tie into the court's process.
It's a reference that we
Yeah.
can use, but the district court listing is actually the listing that we really hold more water on.
Yes.
Because those are the families, whether it's the administrator or the actual landowner.
For the
who
probate
did
process.
pick up, who was part of that taking. But, there's further research that gets involved, that's why we always look back at the judgment. Yeah,
Correct,
And
yeah.
it actually indicates who that original landowner was.
Got it, understood.
what we also did was we also went back to the Treaty of Paris, the Presidential Executive Order 102A, or I don't remember the document, because that's the time, because we also went to the Office of Insular Affairs website to try to figure out when the taking was, so we could, based on the last public hearing we had, it seemed like, it should be easy to qualify our current and future applicants or beneficiaries or successors. So we're trying to figure out if there's just a document out there that says that Guam was under the control of the United States, the entire island of Guam. So we're researching that, and again, we'll run it by Attorney Tom, to see if it is a viable solution.
Okay.
So, everybody's, putting in their best efforts to try to figure this out, to get the transition and the process smooth and operational. But like I said again, it's in the event that, the Treaty of Paris or the executive order is not able to, it does not suffice, then, we're gonna have to refer back to the affidavit, and then again, the question comes up is what's reasonably ascertainable.
Right.
But we're trying our best to get that process up and going.
Thank you for that information. Thank you so much for that information. Yeah. I'm sorry to have skipped and not given you the opportunity or offered you the opportunity to question with that last item. You went back to unpaid application, as Ben said so. Anything else, commissioners?
Caballos, Campagnoli.
Okay, Johanna, so we're looking forward to an update in May. Thank you so much for your work. Thank you so much. That wraps up
Thank you,
item
Johanna.
B on old business. We'll go to C, fiscal year 23 budget request. Mr. Cruz.
So, CLTC's FY 2023 budget request will be $959,222 from the operations fund, $237,500 for the survey and infrastructure fund, and $827,354 from the general fund. This brings it to a total of $2,024,076, which is an increase of $479,207 from FY 2022. The reason B for the increase is recently we have gone through and discussed with people from federal agencies like the USDA regarding federal grants and federal loans. Like I mentioned earlier, RCAC and the people from USDA have been very helpful and provided us with information that, we didn't know about and what the requirements are. One of the items that we had listed in our budget request, or two of the items that we had listed in our budget requests, is for environmental reports and preliminary engineering reports, which is a requirement for federal grants that relate to water and wastewater. Currently, we're working with RCAC to obtain federal money, whether it's a grant or a loan, for our project on 1022 in the municipality of Delilo, which is to install water and wastewater so the lots become usable. Sorry for going off track.
Oh, it ties it, right?
But for FY 2023, COTC is requesting a total of $764,608 for salaries.
$764,000.
$1,608.
Do you have the breakdown on your own sheet?
Yeah, I have a
Great.
digest that I could share with you guys.
Thank you
I
so
just
much.
go off
Thank you.
it. For benefits, $436,602, bringing the total to $201,210. The funding for the salaries and benefits is being requested from the operations fund and general fund. We are currently in the process of recruiting 6 additional bodies and 7 7 in-house recruitments. So the
Is that
additional.
promotions?
Yes, ma'am. So the 6 additional bodies that we are currently recruiting in FY 2022 is coming from the general fund. And the 7 promotions is from our operations fund. And that's through the savings of not recruiting for an administrative director that we've realized some savings since the beginning of the fiscal year. For contractual services for FY 2023, we are requesting 608,874. The contractual expenditures will be funded by the general fund, the survey infrastructure fund, and the operations fund. We've also allocated money for surveying. I know this year also we had mentioned that we are going to survey, but what had happened was that when we survey, I think it's 6 or more lots, it has to be presented to the Guam Land Use Commission. And then the Guam Land Use Commission will require certain installations of, whether it's a residential subdivision, sidewalks, sewer, water, drains, all that great stuff. If it's an agriculture subdivision, it's just water, power, no sidewalks. The requirements is less than a residential subdivision. So we don't have the money to comply with those requirements. So we have not yet put out any RFPs for survey because of that reason. But we're not even spending that money. We're being fiscally responsible in FY 2022 and so on. We're being fiscally responsible. So in FY 2023, we did identify some money, or we're requesting for some money for surveying. And that would be 2 because what we did have a discussion with Land Management Director, Mr. Joe Borja, and one way that we may be able to assist our constituents if it comes to where they have to provide their own surveys is CLTC will pay for the survey for the delineation of the roads, the easements, so it should bring down the cost a little bit. So we're working all avenues and we're exploring different options of how we can assist our constituents if we're not able to provide lots that are surveyed already. In June 2023, our lease with all our options to extend will expire. We put in 180,000 for our office space rental because it's an increase of 65 cents, I think, or 55 cents per square foot, because we don't know whether ITC may respond to our IFB or somebody else. The cost may increase.
IFB is?
The invitation for bid, which is required to procure office space. Our supplies and materials is at 19,400. Again, the miscellaneous, which is what we use to pay the stipends, is at 7,200. We're anticipating that the board is going to be a complete board of 5 in FY 2023. And at least with 1 meeting a month, that's what the amount will come to. Or 2 meetings a month, I'm sorry. We're working on separating phone systems. So in FY 2023, we anticipate that it's going to cost $7,392 because we're breaking away from the phone system with DLM. We will have our own phone system. So that tallies up to $2,024,076. And we will have an FTE employees, staff of 18, 17 classified and 1 unclassified, which is the administrative director. So we're beefing up our staffing pattern, and we based the requirements or our needs based on I think a 1999 management audit. And it identified what positions are needed to get the agency functioning properly updating our SOP, so they go hand in hand, and, you know, we anticipate a smooth processing system soon. It's not that it's not smooth now, but smoother. So that's our FY 2023 budget request. We'll provide the details. I apologize, I thought I sent it, but I guess I didn't.
Okay. So it's not even on our electronic package?
No.
Okay, okay.
But we'll provide the details, the budget digest, the Form 96A, the staffing patterns,
get
so
that
you can
information.
see, and our org chart, because with the new recruitments, we updated our org chart and then our functional chart, so you would understand what the divisions are responsible for.
Great.
To address Commissioner Herrera's comments of quality control, we're standing up a compliance division.
Okay.
So the compliance division will be responsible not only for the compliance inspections, but also the review of files before it comes to the board. So I know you mentioned, you know, is there a review? Currently, there is a review, but there will be one more review prior to it going to the board or being presented to the board. The current system now is the land agent review it, the land agents too, but even after the board has decided, there's a review before it's even transacted. And if there's an issue, then we send it back. But this time around, even because we were recruiting for a land agent supervisor, so that will be one of their responsibilities. But even if after the review of the supervisor, we have one more review, which would be the compliance section. Also to address your comments earlier about like the mapping and stuff like that, I believe it was you that mentioned that, or there was a discussion. We're also creating a planning division. The planner that will be in that division will be responsible for ensuring that any schemes created complies with the subdivision law and all that other great stuff. We'll have a land database through either the ArcGIS or whatever system they use will be updated almost real time. So there'll be an engineering tech within that planning division that will be responsible for all the updating of information, scanning of all the, the maps, the inputting of whatever it is into the ArcGIS, whatever they do. I don't know the technical terms, but with all the recruitments and our updated SOP, our strategic plan, we will make the process smoother for not only our constituents but us internally. So, you know, the goal is, or the vision, my personal vision is by 15 years we should have fulfilled issuing leases to everybody on our list, and I think 15 years is realistic, but let's see.
50 to 20.
So, you know, so that's our presentation for the budget request. We will be providing it to Senator San Augustine, who has oversight of the Office of Finance and Budget before May 2nd. We have to submit it before May 2nd. We requested for an extension, so at least we can present it to the board.
Fair enough, good, thank you. Thank you.
So what's your total expense for 2000?
For 2003,
Yeah.
2.24.
Joy will also provide that.
for 2003, our total budget request,
The expense?
whatever we request for our budget normally would be our total expense.
Oh.
But if, what we do too, and so you guys understand is, it's at the forefront that we are fiscally responsible. So if we're tracking, if our revenue tracking is not meeting our expenses, we see what we can sacrifice in terms of expenditures. Because if we don't collect what we spend, then it has to come from somewhere, so it's gonna come from our bank account. Currently, we're tracking that by 2028, we will not have any money in the operations fund. So, you know, we need to find a new revenue source or additional revenue sources to supplement that, so we don't have to become reliant on the general fund. For many years, we've been financially independent, but unfortunately, just last year, we got additional funds, and we are grateful, so we can recruit additional people.
That ups it 2 years from your last projection, which was 2026.
Yes.
I'll think, oh yeah, 2028. Okay.
Because we were conservative about our expenditures, just applying a 2% increase of our expenditures, but, you know, we are grateful that the legislature has included some general fund money, and we use that to recruit people. So if you, when I provide you the report, you will see that although in 2022, in 2022, we were appropriated, 400, we allocated $423,948 for salaries and benefits, but in 2023, we're only asking for $347,354. So, you know, that's another example of us being fiscally responsible, that we're just not gonna spend all of it on unnecessary things.
Thank you.
So I will provide Tina with the copies and we'll share it. I apologize again that
Thank
it
you.
wasn't included in the packet.
Thank you. Harry?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I may add, if, I make a respectful request to add into the budget request for uniforms for the professional staff and management.
Okay.
At least a windbreaker, and, for at least 2 or 3,
Mr. Commissioner, just
Parcels.
for the record, I did ask, but
oh, you,
we're
okay.
very, again, as Joey mentioned, watching our expenses.
Yeah,
So,
understand, yeah,
it was
We're just
not
being frugal.
approved.
yeah.
It wasn't approved. So
Oh,
actually,
it wasn't approved?
our priority, no.
Oh, by the
Our priority
legislature?
right now-
No, internally.
Well,
They can't afford it right now.
and that's the motivation for us to be creative, financially creative, to just like what our past constituents came in. Because we have about 30,000 acres of real estate property.
To be exact, the commission
Oh.
has approximately 33% of government property in
Right.
inventory. So we have 11,666.88 acres in our inventory.
That's on the audit, right?
Yes. We'll also provide you guys with copies of the audit report, the management letter, and the letter to the governing board. Out of that, we have 4,153.48 acres in the south, 1,601.45 acres in the central, 5,911.95 acres in the north. Although there is 3,274.98 acres that is unregistered.
Yeah.
Wow. How many, I'm sorry?
3,274.98, but just recently, our process servers, or the line agents who are process servers has completed the process serving of the individuals, and those who they were unable to, they will be issuing certified funds, but they had filed all the documents with the court already, and will be forwarding it to Attorney Toff. It's for lot 279 or 286 in PD.
Okay.
So that's about, I think, 19 acres, I think.
Yeah, and we've, for those who have not been on the council when this was discussed before, we have identified some larger chunks to get registered in the near future. And a lot of the work's been done on it, a lot of it's just getting it through the court system.
So, you know, that's the 19 acres currently, and there's, I think, 7 leases that were awarded on that property. It's gonna increase the amount of leases that can be awarded in that to, I don't know, 40, 50 maybe. So, you know, so at this time, we're working on like 10 different projects simultaneously, and, you know, we're doing our best. With the additional recruitment, it's not it's gonna relieve some pressure,
It'll amplify.
but we will get more done maybe in a timely manner.
Thank you for prediction. Great, great.
Very good.
Thank you for that update, Joe. Thank you so much. That
Do
was
you guys
very
support having
informational.
space? No, I'm just
Did you give yourself a raise?
I think my hairline receded an inch.
I noticed.
Thank you for that report. Thank you
I'm
for
gonna
that.
check my barber.
Okay.
So that's all we have for FY 2022 budget.
Okay.
That's it, thank you for all your hard work for the staff and management.
Yes.
Honestly, sincerely, thank you.
Right, right. And, okay. Commissioner Godello? Well, that
Let's close
concludes,
it.
Actually,
FY
we don't wanna.
2023, no, that concludes FY 2023 budget request. Thank you, Joey, for your report. We'll go to the next line item, which is item 7, financial report.
We asked that we table that. We'll present all the revenue collection reports for, I think it's February and March, in the next meeting.
Great, so we're gonna table item number 7 until the next meeting. Thank you, Joey. And item number 8, agency report.
Agencies report. So, update from our last, board meeting. We are still actually, our application for IT infrastructure, that's the TAP grant, was submitted, so, now we just wait to hear back. And, that will, allow us to hopefully digitize and, then we can, make our process, quicker, and hopefully, more efficient for our staff.
To add to Ms. Camacho's comments, also it's gonna create a website, our own website.
Okay.
Great.
In addition to that, they're going to design a database system similar to the LAN web, but not as sophisticated as the LAN web, but where our constituents will be able to go in, log in, 2 terminals we are going to set up outside and view information that they may need, if they need to fill out forms. We are going to provide a copier machine outside that's not connected to the network, so we don't have to worry about any hacking and all that other great stuff. So less, what is it, less touching and more, we're using technology, I guess, to its fullest. But also that comes with a price tag annually, so, we'll see, and we're crossing our fingers that we do get it, but like Ms. Camacho had mentioned, it's gonna bring us a step closer to where technology is today by digitizing all our records, creating that software or that program similar to the LAN web, but just not as sophisticated, but they'll have all our clients' information. If they need to view a document, just click here, if they need to print it, so forth. So that's what that TAP grant is for.
And then Joey mentioned that we're continuing to work with our CAC, which is a nonprofit, to apply and pursue federal grants and loans. We have, DPW is working on a draft for the RFP on our affordable housing subdivision project. We really hope to get that RFP announced in the next, what did we say?
Mid-May.
Mid-May, and
Right.
then
Awarded.
by June.
And that's for track 10123.
Correct. That was the one that was approved a few months ago.
10123.
Correct. So request for
One
interest,
subdivision.
yeah, is complete. Now we're working on the RFP. We're in the process, okay, we have been interviewing, I'm pleased to announce, so hopefully we can get, the additional staff on board in the very near future. As you can see, while you walk in the office, there are chairs and desks and things, so computers, so we're mobilizing to have, workstations for our additional staff. Tomorrow, there's a public hearing on 2 bills that affect CLTC, and they're, in regards to the submerged lands. one will address, one is a bill in general, so that CLTC does not have to continue going to the legislature on any leases or licenses on submerged lands.
Yes.
The other one is to include verbiage on the commercial
Leases.
regulations?
Yeah, we'll go with that.
Yeah. Then, so Joey and I will attend that public hearing.
As well as I.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Then, the staff, I'd say 90% of them are scheduled to take the ethics training on April 29th. The remainder, we'll schedule in, shortly after.
Pertaining to the ethics,
Sure.
in law, we are also, right,
Required.
required by law to take the ethics
Didn't you
training.
guys take it already? I think that the three,
I did.
You
yes,
did.
and so did Sherman. You didn't join them?
Commissioner Herrera, I don't think he did.
I did.
Did you ever attend an ethics?
Yeah, yeah, but I did it in here through.
No, that was fair
That's
housing.
what I said.
Oh, the
Fair housing.
FHA?
But did you take it, I think, through the airport? Not yet?
I know that we did, but for here, it's generally the same for.
If it's, if you
government.
took the ethics.
Just ethics and government.
Just
training
provide us a
government.
certificate, at least,
Okay.
so we can file it in here.
Does that suffice?
I'll verify that. Huh?
Yeah, check with the airport. It
Yeah.
may have been that you took it already, because it's required by all government employees,
Yeah,
yeah.
I don't think you have to take it multiple times.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think if you have this a certificate, then just
Employees
provide it to
or
us.
board members?
If not, then we'll schedule it, yes.
Commissioner
Employees
Waters as
and-
well.
Yes.
Yeah.
6 months into your appointment,
And it's online
No,
UOG.
it's now at UOG.
also.
So as soon as you get us a certificate,
Let us know if you still need to take it. We can make the arrangements through the commission.
I see, okay.
Because there's a fee that we have to.
right?
Right.
Can we verify if I did that? I know we were in contact, but we didn't figure out whether the availability was there or the funds. Remember we had that question whether I had to pay it?
Commissioner.
No,
Forgot.
all three of you had to have taken it at the same time,
Yeah.
because Therese set it up that way, you, Commissioner Verdalio, and
The chairman.
Chairman.
So Joey was able to find the funds at that time, and we approved it, and
You took it?
I did.
she did, and so did
I just
the
remember
chairman.
fair
Huh?
housing. I just
Just say,
remember
yeah,
fair
yeah,
housing.
yeah.
One
The whole
that-
day?
But I didn't get
Oh.
my certificate.
Yes, you're right, ethics.
Yes,
Yes, I did. Okay, great,
Right,
great,
right.
great, thank you.
Okay, so now the staff is gonna take 90%. We have a couple that
Great.
we're going to reschedule so that we don't have to shut down the office, right? I can have a couple.
I have a question.
Yes,
If you get reappointments, do you have to take it again?
I think it's every 4 years,
Yeah.
every 4 years.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Refresher.
Right,
Continuing.
Continuing
CPs or-
education.
right, right.
Okay, and then, I was invited to, join Guam EPA, for a meeting, with the Army Corps of Engineers in Hawaii. And this is with regards to, gosh, I have to pull it up, sorry. It's the FUDS, program, which is formally used defense sites, and this is with regards to explosive ordnance that the Army Corps is going to do some kind of investigation to determine if there's any explosive ordinances on our properties. So they've determined an area by the NGO.
Radius, yeah, so it's gonna focus on our property in Geo, I think track 9210, the backside of Anderson Airport.
Okay.
Yeah, and that meeting is gonna happen, May 3rd through the 6th. Yeah, and that will be paid for, through Guam EPA and maybe federal funds, so we don't have to worry, we didn't obligate, the commission for that.
Great.
We don't have any travel money,
Right.
I can attest to that now.
And that concludes my report for today, unless there's anything that Joey wants to.
That's about it. We're good.
Sanji, would you mind if we got an electronic copy of your report? Email to the
Sure,
commissioners?
sure.
Thank you so
No
much.
problem.
Thank you, that's great work,
Mhm.
that's great work, thank you so much. Any questions or comments? We are coming to a near in our meeting. Joey, thank you for all of your diligent work. Thank you so much. We're done with the agency's report. That concludes that?
Correct.
Okay, okay. So item number 8 is knocked off. We are going to go to item number 9. Commissioners' comments?
Taja,
Taza?
Thank you,
Just
thank
to recap, so May, we will be hearing back about the start of the 1995 applicant list, right? May, that would be that. And then, what else? Oh, yeah, if you can get the, Joey, if you can get the financial report, that detailed one to the commissioners, greatly appreciate that. And Ms. Camacho, Director Camacho, if you can get the, your agency's report, a copy of that to the commissioners, we greatly appreciate that as well. So we can be on top of it. And we're tabling the, we tabled the commercial for Coco. How do you guys feel about the Coco conversation?
It's a positive thing, I mean, we're going to resolve a long-standing issue, I think it was since 2006, if I believe, that's about, what, 16 years, I think? You know, it's gonna be a win-win, you know, but like I mentioned, since it's only a license, it's not exclusive. If the board decides they wanna give a little piece to Global, that's really up to you guys.
Great.
You know, whether Mr. Bello will accept it, you know, that's not really a concern. I'm pretty sure he sounds like he's amicable to just about anything to get it resolved, right? So,
It was good dialogue. It was
Yeah.
very good dialogue. And thank you all.
but nonetheless, I don't mean to sway off, but, all the commercial accounts that are in arrears, that have not fulfilled or have complied with their, payment arrangements, like 90, what is it? Power 98 or, Sorensen. We're gonna bring them to the board, we're gonna conduct our inspections and do our reports. We just sent a letter to GICC informing them of the board's decision. In the previous meeting, there will be a meeting with their representative, Mr. Carlos Camacho. We are going to address the issue of the Bond Racing Federation, regarding their over-escalating. We're gonna seek some assistance from DLM to confirm the areas that they had escalated and determine what was over-escalated. When we did our site inspection, I mean, the area that was approved was for 4 acres, which is phase 5A, zone 1, phase 1, or something like that. I think it went all the way to zone 5. So, you know, we just need to determine, because we returned the checks. So there's no perception of any acceptance for their over-excavating. We have to resolve that, that's very important.
Thank you.
But any other commercial company that has arrears, we are going to actively start sending letters and doing inspections and all that other great stuff. It's not that, because it's that time of the year already that, normally we conduct our inspections for commercial. And also, we're going to go back and visit all the loan guarantees, because in the past, there was a lot that were charged off. Not everybody has resolved their payment issues, but we need to be on top of it so we can get ahead of any defaults or foreclosures. There is a house that was in Dededo that was charged off, but it's been abandoned, so there are people who are residing there now that we need to rectify. Because in the books, we still owe money for it, and, you know, we can exercise the board's or the commission's authority to find the next person in line to take over the indebtedness of that loan. We wanna make sure that all our constituents are on the up and up with their payments, so to prevent any foreclosures. So that's another project we have coming down the pipe, is the inspections of all the properties and houses that were built through a loan guarantee, and to make sure compliance.
Then may I just add, to the raceway, that Joey mentioned? I believe that the, survey, that requirement, is, they have something ready to present to us, so, we're just, anticipating, them submitting it, for review, and we'll just go from there.
Good. Very good information, very good movement forward. Thank you guys so much for your progression and your hard work. Thank you so much. That is it. We will go for adjournment. Anybody would like to make a motion to adjourn?
Second the motion.
Seconded by Commissioner Herrera, first motion by Commissioner Fidelio. And I call this meeting to adjournment at 5:58 PM. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Joey.
That was very, very good. Very good dialogue. Very good dialogue. Very good information.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you so much.